Okay. Should have been recording this whole time. So yeah, they sell Kim. There's an Zalm Atelier shirt, and they sell Kim's aerostatic jacket. Oh wait, you guys can't hear the game. There you go. They sell Kim's aerostatic jacket for $400. But here's the one that really gets me. They sell this fucking thing right here, this disco ass blazer. They sell this disco ass blazer for $600. I think either 6 or 5. Let me pull up the shop again. It made me very mad. It's like, that's okay. You've just gone so far against what this game is. That's cool. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. Also, there at the top of their store, there's just this video of them prim and propering the models for this fucking disco shirt made by like that a guy is supposed to wear. That's like a total and complete destroyed alcoholic. They're just prim and primping their models for it. Like, what the fuck, dude? I hate this so much. Yeah, look, here it is. Disco animal jacket, +1 composure, +1 electrochemistry. Faded Superstar's trusty jacket. It is 489 pounds. They only sell in pounds. It is 489 pounds. You can buy Kim's aerostatic crew jacket, which gives +1 to hand-eye coordination, and +1 to Volta du Mar, which I guess is his inland empire, because this is about seafaring. Anyway, this is 400 pounds. This is 399 pounds. This stupid fucking jacket is with the RCM logo on it and everything, is 399 pounds. But hey, look, it's cute. It's got the stats there in the thing, haha. And then they sold the thought cabinet, like the entire piece of the thought cabinet, but it was a limited edition.
What a fucked up day!
It was a limited edition of 111, so it's gone. So if you wanted merch of your favorite communist game, hope you're one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. Should also mention that the thought cabinet is $400 or 400 pounds as well. 399 pounds. Is that a horrific necktie? It's not the horrific. Oh yeah, you can also get Kim's tour cargos, so you can just do a whole Kim cosplay. That one's only 299 pounds. I'm scrolling all the way bottom so you can see. That's only 299 pounds. Euros? Oh yeah, fuck. I keep saying pounds because I see the euro and I think, yeah. Sorry, 299 euros. Sorry. That's my bad. That's just on me for being a stupid American. You aware of the book Zion wrote set in the Disco Elysium world? No. Is that the one that the game is based off? I heard that this game was originally a book. Anyway, there is a horrific necktie. It's a thought cabinet tie and pocket square set for your discerning gentleman who wears fucking ties and fucking pocket squares. Tie set with jewelry, 179 euros. Tie set, 79 euros. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, who was it? Like, what Lynn just said is right. There was like a famous philosopher who said that we can't actually critique capitalism in the age that we live in because even critiques of capitalism become commodified and sold as capitalism. It's like actually impossible to critique capitalism because of this. They made a game that totally and completely critiques capitalism in every form, and a bunch of other forms of government for that matter, like is a total like political roundhouse, and they're just selling merch of it for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Philosopher Joyce says so in the game itself. No. A philosopher said that. An actual philosopher did say that. I can't remember who. I saw it, Lynn. Yeah, I saw this while you were out. Joyce says it, but she's basing what she says off of the philosopher. Truly beyond parody? It sure is. The only one way to get Harry's disco-ass blazer is to become an alcoholic and do it yourself, and you shouldn't do that. Nobody should have Harry's disco-ass blazer. I don't care. It probably is Mark Fisher. That sounds about right. But like, you know, the point of Harry's disco-ass blazer is that nobody should have Harry's disco-ass blazer. Trace back to him specifically? I don't remember. I think it's capitalist realism, I think is what Mark Fisher did. I'm trying to remember. I used to know more about this. Capitalist Realism is a book by Mark Fisher, which I believe he basically argues that, like, it is, like, I believe it's also where the quote, that it's easier for your average person to imagine the end of the world than it is for them to imagine the end of capitalism. Even in the end of the world, we still barter and trade with money. We still let the people with the highest money control power. Like, you know, think about like Fallout, for example, with its cap system and everything. It is easier for a person to imagine the end of the world than it is for them to imagine the end of capitalism. I believe that also comes from his book, but his whole book is about, like, there are alternatives to capitalism, but nobody can really conceptualize them because we're all so deeply, deeply brain rotted by it. But I believe he's also the one who said, hey, where'd your friend go?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
What? Renee died?
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness casts a deep shadow over his wrinkled face.
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute Kent. His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it. I repeat, an absolute Kent. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. We've hated each other our entire lives. So much, in fact, that... Yes, I loved that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shot without trial. That's what he said to me. He lived a cunt, and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. I took them for myself. Took them to remember that old cunt. Nobody knew him better than I did. And I want to remember that old cunt by something.
Glad I never sold that photograph.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. We all went to that parade. Young René looked so happy, and Jenny... I'm sorry, officer. I just... Thank you. Thank you for this little memorabilia. It really means the world to me.
That was nice. A small thing for us, but invaluable to him. He probably didn't even know René had the photo. Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is. Part of life, really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone.
Despite their differences, these men played such a significant part in each other's lives that now that one of them is gone, the other feels just lost.
Yeah, the soldier guy died, the one who I talked to.
I just don't know anymore. About anything, really.
I wonder if he just always dies
you
on
must
day
need
5.
Something. Yes,
Yes,
it is what it is.
Despite their
I just don't know. Everything, really. I probably knew him better than... You meant the teacup in the tree, didn't you? I don't know anything about him.
Oof. Well, at least I was able to give him a photo. Jesus. He dies on day 5? Yeah, that's what I figured. That was weird. You talked to me yet?
The woman still nothing. No response. No response.
Nope.
There it is again. That spectral smell haunting this industrial harbor. And it smells like heavy fuel oil mostly, because it's an industrial harbor. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital. Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bake-light lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
everything in order, detective?
Smelling for communist, Kim.
You're smelling for... You know what? I'll just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
It is a mark of the lieutenant's respect for you that he does not press you on this decidedly extracurricular errand. The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The reek of communism is undeniable, and it's coming from that railing right there.
No
Yes,
shit.
Now's your chance to establish contact.
Although he's not
But
really a communist,
Be
but
easy
sure.
about it. Communists have been known to charge when startled.
Right to... What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out people.
The man has turned his attention.
When a bunch of beats me,
When there's something fine, it was probably nothing.
honest men, we came here.
I have a question.
You think they follow because we were promised work?
The physically
Nothing else to talk to him about. I wish I could catch him out in his lie and prove that he is like a paid strikebreaker.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Uh-huh.
What's that, boy, yeah?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
Have you tried a butcher shop?
Secret cabal of mole people.
You might have to look at...
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
Come on.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while.
Okay, maybe
God
it's
damn it.
time to abandon the...
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
Don't be mean to
So
me,
you've
Kim.
given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why? Oh, I see. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
You smell just like a communist. Listen, I know you said you aren't one, but aren't you really?
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, I'm not institutional. A man's got to blaze his own trail, in my book.
Blazing his own trail, being his own man. Not exactly your typical communist spiel.
What? Yeah, it is. Kinda. It's not dissimilar.
Okay, so maybe he's not exactly a communist, but there's definitely some communistic residue about him.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
His name was Steban by any chance?
Didn't say anything about his name. Wasn't this sort of encounter where names matter? You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat. It was late one night as I was leaving the
A
army.
debate bro then?
He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We
You
shared
smell
cigarettes.
like a, or it's just like a communist.
Then he
So
asked me
I
if I
opened
ever
most of
thought
the
about
people I
getting
dated.
into some
You know,
of
on
the
Twitter it
extra
works. This is the
physical
thing.
branches
On
of
Twitter that
communism.
works. People drop their panties instantly.
See, all this political chit-chat is just an excuse to rip tar with strangers. Let's say we just skip right to the good part then.
No idea. I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell. A very old school organizing technique. The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution. The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone. I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais." And then he was gone. I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers. Been wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk with me. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows to see the logo personally.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but it might have something to do with that passphrase Cindy mentioned earlier.
It's really dumb. You should feel embarrassed for even suggesting that. Okay.
The lieutenant nods.
Just in time, the faithful partner arrives with the key that turns the lock. You two make a good pair. I salute you, boyas, and wish you good fortune on this grand ideological quest.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Can I come yell at Measurehead again?
Your race descent has temporarily halted, but you will fall again.
I really wish I could get behind him and get to this. God, I wish I had looted it when I kicked him down. You roundhouse kick him again? No. I think you only get one chance to extrude that sort of extrajudicial violence. Bye, Hannah. See you soon. This isn't a red check, right?
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
You know, I did really want to learn White Morning. Bye, Marissa. Enjoy dinner. Okay, so what is this again? Rhetoric?
You're back before the cargo container.
Only got like 2 things that add to rhetoric. Got this. I might actually only have 1 thing. Nope, that was it. I've just got this white polo shirt. Oh, hey, there's fallen gloves. God damn it, if only I hadn't got rid of the hat. Only got rid of the hobo hat instead.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew no trouble at all, mister.
I love you, Easy Leo. Back to Everart. Crawling back.
Mr. Dubois, I hear the meeting with Titus was a glowing success. That's such a relief. Titus can be a handful sometimes. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? Yes, my best men are tracking it down. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing.
I thought maybe you'd have more to talk about. I thought maybe you'd have changed your tune a little. But you haven't. And I'm not going to do your dirty work for you. I was happy to scare a fascist, even though that is still doing something for the mob. I'm glad it just turned out to be a fascist dork, but... Big Lebowski in that dude, a little bit.
The tear machines, your bottles, do you know what you should do?
No.
Is this about the questions again? I don't really know. Uh-huh.
Like, have I properly interviewed her? But yes, I have. You have anything new to say? Probably not. You're just a racist lorry driver.
Looking for something, Aunt?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Running out of things to do. I'm just
It's the
going
legend
to
you found in the trash.
some cases.
A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. It takes about half an hour to piece one together.
Till 10
Using
o'clock
the
so I
system
can call
you've
the
devised. Which one do
call
you
the
want?
library. Square Bolt Hole Murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? Don't worry. One day.
God damn it. Couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
Yeah.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst.
That's not what
So
I
anyway,
Sure.
you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called A real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Yeah, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner JM, only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful.
Rude.
Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard.
Oh,
really
okay.
rapey.
Never mind.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Is that really what hookah is? I don't know anything about hookah.
Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
What?
Yeah, he liked his hookah. Stephen was his name. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective. And about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
It sounds less like I'm a great detective.
Not much has changed.
And more like everybody
meanwhile.
else around me is an even worse detective.
Still sags from the clipboard.
Strangely real moment from this game? What do you mean? Is that a real story that happened? We just died at a hookah parlor like that or something?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I... Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
Ooh, bad sound, bad.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps, far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately. Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Well, the apartment, yes. The smoker lived in apartment 28.
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet. Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later, on the lookout.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Wait, TF2 got an update? What? Aw. Oh, the summer update. The summer update, yeah. The one that they said they were gonna do. It's really not anything that special or big. It's 14 new maps, which is big. 14 new community-made maps. A new loot box. New taunts to buy. New unusual effects. Another new loot crate. So 2 new loot crates. And that's it. Yeah, 14 new maps, summer 2023 cosmetic case, 6 new taunts in the store, 20 new community created unusual effects, summer 2023 war paint case, which is another loot box. All cosmetics and taunt cases will grant the summer 2023 unusual effect instead of their normal usual effects during the summer event. And the summer event runs through September 15th. And then just a bunch of bug fixes. Fixed the engineer doing something. Fixed missing no headphones tile for Universal Translator. Just bug fixes. I don't know. I feel a little miffed about this because we were promised like an update-sized update, and then later it got turned to a summer size or like a season-sized update or something like that. And now it's come out, and all it is a bunch of new maps and 2 new loot boxes. Cool. I'm glad that the player base has come back, but I'm not going to be part of it.
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or 2 the last time she saw him. 1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me? 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a...
All right. Time to go make a woman very unhappy. Like, I love Valve. I really love Valve, but all their money is in Dota 2, CSGO 2, and the Steam Deck right now, and, like, VR. Like, that's what you should expect from them. And that's fine. Like, they're allowed to want to do that, you know? They're allowed to pursue those things. They've made incredible, you know, strides and incredible innovations in those things.
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup allongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice. The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio. He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up, nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
He had kids. He didn't just have a wife or a partner or whatever. He had kids.
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
Oh no. I didn't realize this was the woman from the book. Oh. I grilled her before about knowing where her husband was.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what. No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it?
Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place. You've done this before. Just keep your focus. Yes, that's the most important thing. Use that word.
What did you say?
Great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh.
A lot of death here on day 5, huh?
Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold.
He's a little indignant about it.
How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress.
Here.
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
We should step outside and talk. You did well. You did enough. Can't save the whole world, you know. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
That's very fair, Mercy.
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done. Let's go.
Out of options to do anything else. Yeah, no, it was. The fact that the music stopped when I had to tell her how long his body had been there. If she knew it had been there for 2 days, she would have beat herself up over it forever. That for 2 days she didn't check on her husband and see where he was.
Just an ordinary
Like, empathy was right. That would have been
Nothing to
etched into her mind forever.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. Better not.
She wants.
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother become less afraid.
Go dancing yet? I did not. I mean, I've tried, but I've failed it every time. The only thing I can do in here is save scum. Like, most of these checks are too high for me to pass. All I can really do is save scum them.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
I've done as much as I could here. My stat's as high as it can be. Maybe I can put on some clothes, but my stat is as high as it can be. Oh, good. My thing just broke entirely because for some reason this area breaks VTube Studio. Anyway, my stat's as high as it can be, and my my Savior Fair is as high as it can be, so like if I fail this, I'm fucked. I've done all the associated quests here. I found the beat. I've done everything. I don't know what else I could do to make these checks go higher.
Goodbye, officer.
Like, all I can do is save scum this area.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder.
Well,
Where
okay.
did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep.
I wish this area didn't fucking break VTube
Vertebrate
Studio.
by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind. Here it will begin. Who fucking cares? God? Where is your God? Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone. Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn to rule the world.
That's not true.
Yes, it's all true. In the spinal cord.
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Foolhardy! Do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
Holy shit.
A flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads. Entirely, rigidly, imbecilic. Without
Holy
pity
shit.
or fear.
He is busting a fucking move. Harry, calm down. Is that a keytar? No, it's a big multi-tool. It does look funny to be dancing with it, though.
Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
Get in here and dance, Kim!
Squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure. He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening? Good for you. Rock on, man. What?
Authority outrank him, respects you. Dancing so infectious. Come on. Come on, Lieutenant. God damn it.
Excuse me, what?
This would be a good time to add some nerve damage to the mix. Pull the expression too. No, stop immediately. Stop dancing and apologize.
Oh, I called him something racist. Oh, good.
Dance, monkey fucker.
Then a breath of cold sea air fills the church as the lieutenant opens the door and steps out. You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? End of human development. Hope I remember that one.
Okay. No, I refuse to hurt Kim. I refuse to hurt Kim. No, I know I want authority.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes.
Total darkness. You see here, it's who fucking know. Orgasmic.
To rule the world, I am the spider.
Good. Because from what
Full.
With your eyes, you have become flawless, free from.
Oh my god!
With his real. He
Come on,
throws a
Kim.
screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner, and
Come on, Kim.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
the lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. He's having trouble adjusting.
What's happening? Good for you. Rock up. What?
Hi, 92. Okay, good.
Who's the one in charge? You are.
I'm gonna pull rank on you one time, and that time is now.
Are you kidding me? Get my what on?
Hi, Dizzy Cat.
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
See some moves.
I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to heal.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
It's reasonable to fear. He'll kick a hole right through it, causing a fall to crack.
Go! Let's go!
The church roof down on all of
I don't know why the only other option here is to be fucking racist to him without a choice, but whatever, let's go.
I can't give a shit either. The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Asil, are you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion. The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
I want to break the limit.
The motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. It feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse on for this?
Here we go again! Hardcore fancy air! The sound above my head!
What now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man!
Okay, this is too imbecile. Excuse me.
Got Kim dancing, Andre's dancing harder, Suna is in. Let's go, brother.
On the coast
Yeah!
of Maze Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you.
Sure didn't expect this from dancing.
I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, jaunt in rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
Oh.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right?
What does it say or
Like
do?
1,000 people! End of human development. Mission complete. All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and
Evershell
feet
gets
like
nuked in
noodles
22 years? Oh.
Goodbye, officer.
Does she tell you that?
Hardcore.
What even is here to nuke at this point? Like, isn't that kind of pointless? Most nukes are pointless. Yeah, but like, especially nuking a place where like there's literally nothing happening, that just, I don't know. I kind of just want to save scum these checks just so I can get them out of the way.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah. J'adore. God is close by.
Mother, can I have a shirt? Maybe a hat? Or even some pants?
No.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex.
I mean, I am planning on replaying the game, but not on stream, and like, I don't know. It's just I've done so much work in here. I want to just see it through to the end for the like viewing experience of nothing else.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad. Nothing. Just
What's the one who's a spinal cord? Yeah, we just did it.
the mother of The mother of humanism stands above you. Nothing. The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane. The mother of humanism stands above nothing. Just
God damn it. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. I hate doing this. I hate doing this.
the mother of humanism stands nothing. Just the edge of the crack sparkles in it.
Come on, man. I give up. I hate doing it. It feels too bad.
O pasaro de agint. It flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean? All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died. What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind. It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs, else they might get unhappy. Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard. He's just going to deny it.
Yeah. Have you seen Everard?
God damn it, I shouldn't have added it to the list.
Sure. You helped us out. Sure.
Okay, well that's all the checks in here except for, I don't think Suna has one. I know Noid doesn't. So it's everything but this fucking glass wall.
Yes, what is it?
Oh no, she does. Where are my logic glasses? I have logic glasses somewhere. There they are. The only logic thing I have, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm gonna. Even though oh no, I have those. I fucking hate doing this. That as well, for some reason. That's also logic. Okay.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago. These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind the kitchen table, in the evening light. Drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend. And a woman, she was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo and she was smoking.
Wait, so Martinez is where the pale comes
What?
from? Oh, it's baby pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
That comforts her. She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes, like a cancer or a mold, erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long... And information, causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church And also
This only
when
makes
or
the pale
how
more
it might
confusing,
start
but
growing,
okay.
Or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data.
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them up. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
I'm gonna wait. We'll just watch videos or something, but I don't think I'll finish it early.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. You mean Plaisance and the Dice Maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Then go tell them. Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus! Or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
There was an entity behind the entity empire, and Inland Empire is correct again. No? Pale isn't an entity. Also, this is just a guess. I don't actually believe that there being a little dot of pale here means that the whole fucking all of Martinez is like cursed with intraplanetic failure. That's not even how the pale is supposedly supposed to work.
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess.
Is this why Revachol gets
going
nuked?
to have to be proved
because there's pale
by
here?
anthroponetic scientists.
I mean, I'll probably read the book because of how into this like world and game I am, but like, I don't really care about spoilers for that. Is that why Revachol gets nuked? You don't have to go in detail, just like a yes or a no.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team.
Something else? Okay.
Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space. I wouldn't go so far as to...
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
I'm not sure why she's saying it's not the worst thing you can do here. Wouldn't be getting people near the pale be a bad thing?
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
Wasteland of reality.
Oh hey, I finally am not drunk anymore.
Congrats, you're sober. It will take a while for your body to remember how to metabolize anything that isn't sugar from alcohol. So you're going to be pretty ravenous soon. Eat plenty. You can expect your coordination and balance to improve in a couple of weeks. In 2 months, you might start sleeping like a normal person. Full recovery will take years, though. It'll be depressing, and it'll be boring. Don't expect any further rewards or hand claps. This is how normal people are all the time.
Ouch. But I did it. I'm sober. This is a really bad thought. This truly just gives me nothing. I was already not drinking alcohol. I mean, I guess it makes my whole psyche go up, so there's that. Well, now that I've done everything here, I have to do this. What does this visual count?
The mother of humanism.
Yeah. That's all I've got. These glasses and this thing.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Nothing. Just
Jesus Christ, man.
The mother of humanism stands nothing.
Come
Just the edge of
on!
the crack spark. The mother of humanism stands at nothing. Just the edge of...
Brother. You know what, fine, I'll even save after the level up, even though I don't like doing that. I'll commit to it completely.
The mother of humanism stands nothing.
Nope.
Just the edge.
Alright, cool.
The mother of humanism stands above you. A precious nothing. Just the edge of the...
Same here. The idea that gels with me.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Nothing.
Oh my god. I just passed 3 like 17% checks, but this one at 42. I just can't do.
Humanism stands above you. A jigsaw of broken
Jesus,
shards
finally.
falls into place in front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered,
We're so
there was
back.
an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both. Unknown. The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, She herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, Theriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail. Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
I'm assuming that's all French.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however. It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing. Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I like the other one better.
So do I.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane.
Damn, I was kind of hoping that check would give me a lot more about her.
In her expression.
If I'm honest with you, I kind of hoped I was going to get more there. I really wish stuff would disappear when you couldn't do it anymore. Like the Hanged Man, Samarin Butter, fucking map wall, you know, where's the other one? There are multiple mirrors. I don't know. I really wish stuff when it wasn't available anymore would just disappear. Hi, Solin. You're cute. No way to delete task? No. Oh yeah, trash container as well. I can't do trash container anymore.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of... What do you mean, the actual source? Are you here to lecture me about economics again? What?
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an anthroponetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
Is the pale failure? Is it supposed to represent on a more literal level the concept of failure? Or on a more, not more literal, a less literal level, like an analogy level, whatever. I can't think of the word. I don't understand what the pale is supposed to represent as a thing. I don't believe they put magic fog that disintegrates everything in their game just for the fun of it. It's supposed to represent something, but I don't really understand what.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that?
Whatever you do, don't take away her hope. The only weapon against total absence.
all right, officer. I can't just leave everything. After all this work, this little bookstore has become the corner store of our neighborhood. I can't just jump the ship and leave. Besides, didn't I have some Sailite hope catchers round here somewhere? I must find them. Everything will be all right if I can just find them. Thank you for your help in any case. You're
so
welcome back
dumb.
here anytime.
I don't really get the nostalgia idea of it either, but well. I have huge physical instrument.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
Hold on. I have actually huge physical instrument.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game.
True champion.
A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you ever set your mind to. Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here?
Good technique.
No, a memory.
Alright. I'm a champion. Yes.
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Right. Now let's get to it.
Some areas are...
Uh-huh. I don't know if this is actually in the game or not, and I just haven't found it, but apparently there was a whole underground area planned in this game. I found some blog post last night from before the game came out called Disco Elysium is a gigantic game or massive game or something like that. It was talked about how there's like the 4 main areas of Martinez, and then there was like an entire underground area that was going to happen. I don't know if that got scaled back or something. I don't know if this is what it considers the underground area. I don't know if I just haven't found it yet. I don't know. You know, Revachol did say to look under the floorboards somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out where.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Wait, hold on. Shivers. It said so there, but there was no floorboards to look under there, so... +3 to shivers.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Same fit. What are you talking about? This fit is immaculate. Incredible, really.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guelain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture, its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces. She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Yeah, don't call it a dump. You made it nice and cozy.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely
unless you save
different
scum,
world.
which I have desperately tried not to do, but the church was an exception.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course. I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe you have some other ideas for dyes?
That's a bit expensive.
How about an amber dye? Who told you amber was cheap? It's beautiful, really, and has been treasured since the ancient times. For 7 real, I'll craft you a 13-sided die from piece of amber with a fossilized insect. It's perfect for those who can't seem to let go of their past. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? No need to rush.
Thought you'd give them to me for free. You gave me the police dice for free.
Anything inspires you. You mean the curse that I'm spared of because I live outside its immediate reach? I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
If you believe the Pale exists, why can't that be true?
Sona Lukanen killed, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
Just Martinez? In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Yeah, date of birth generator. I'm gonna talk to Everard. To sell his drug lab that he's gonna deny, but at least it gets it off my list of things to do. Maybe I'll even get some XP. Okay.
Mr. Dubois, every worker for himself, right? Fanny. That doesn't ring any bells, Harry.
Fanny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church on the coast.
Oh, that a cell. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some melodic music in there. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched. Frankly, a health risk. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to, the drugs they do while they listen to that music?
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found, God knows where, to set it up and run it for you.
Found God knows where? That Cell is the daughter of Miko the Kebab, a man who once killed a guy with a kebab. I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you? Maybe it was Bogovic. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music and have a non-alcoholic lager. Nightclubs don't interest me. But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you?
Okay, now I don't know. Poison kebab, exploding kebab, gun kebab. What do you think a gun kebab would do? I still can't do anything with this.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Oh, right. There we go. Gun that shoots kebab, kebab that shoots bullets. I think it would be a kebab that shoots bullets. Did kebabs usually have pita bread on them? I thought they were just meat on a stick. I know what you're doing. You're saying that Ken have the ability to shoot a kebab, but like I like the implication there with most guns. Like some guns can't. Some gun, if you set up a kebab at a shooting range, some guns could just not hit that fucking kebab. Couldn't do it. Oh hey, it's the guy.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
You
I
here?
am. So are you. What brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Convenient. But what are you doing here? Talking to me? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards.
Is he talking about
wear.
Titus? I can't tell.
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries.
Make me a nice crisp piece of
Hi
meat.
Chaos Club, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in everybody. My name's Kyria Thanatos. I'm a funny little zombie. We're gonna finish up Disco Elysium today, and we're doing my 2-year anniversary lootathon, which is like a subathon, but you buy packs on the website Streamlinks instead. Camaro Bob, thank you for the follow. Or Camaro Bob, thank you for the follow.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
Neocast, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
You did. And how did you like him?
Chaos Club, thank you for the follow. How was your stream? How was it going?
Ah, shoot. Why not? A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and
Hell
me,
yeah.
gendarme. He can always return to his opportunities in Occident, Sur la Clay. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village.
Thank you.
Or is it just money? I don't know. Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to time. That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess. It is. On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme?
Hold on, I gotta get my fucking composure up. I gotta know why this guy is so gay. I gotta know why he's so gay and why Harry is so deeply interested in that. He's so different, so different from me. I just can't put my finger on it. Oh, jeez. Alright, composure +3. Best I'm gonna get.
Hi again, gendarme.
He's so different.
It's the sports.
God damn it.
He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and...
Bye-bye, gendarme.
I put on the clothes and everything. Name of the ledger, lower composure? No. Just authority. I am out of things to do. Out of things I can reasonably do. I do not know how to do anything without... I do not know... No, I don't want to save scum. I didn't even like doing it in the church. I only did it because we were so invested. Although, I say I save scum in the church, I only save scum for the window. I actually just passed all the other rolls first try. The only one I did was the one with Kim, which I was not going to let go by. I mean, these are the only two things I can do. And I will have to save scum here, because otherwise I don't know how to continue the game.
It's you again. What is it?
So what is it, logic? 28%. Logic. Logic. There we go. Logic +4.
It's you again. What is it?
%83 chance. Secret route found. Gave motive. Reconstruct a murder scene. Stage like a play. Saw the winch outside. Found a key in union box.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
So that's what you were squinting at. You were trying to come up with a theory, weren't you? That she did it.
Yeah, he was cobbling together shit so he could put her away. It's RCM 101.
Well, let old Titus set your mind at ease then. She didn't do it. She was here all night.
Sunday night, 11:30 to 12:15. She was here all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
No. All right, she took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
This complex operation is probably something illegal.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot the merc. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
I actually agree with him on this. It's
All
not.
right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up. 72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab? No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science call. You're a madman.
Those numbers were an asshole, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He hasn't got shit.
Oh. People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, But how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop. Thank you. Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
What about the noise?
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there? That's wall mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we? I mean...
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? Footprints. Recent. Goes against your little theory, doesn't it? Then again, I've known few
No, it
people
doesn't.
in my life who own more than one pair of boots. And the good news is, I'm still listening. I don't like guessing, Carl. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took
What?
that
Theo
key.
didn't say anything.
Did it look like it was recently put there?
I see. Bad voice acting.
Now, the ribbon was old, faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the
Yeah,
roof.
there's a period there, and then
Boy,
Theo,
need to
but he
check
just
it out.
says,
That's
he
what
just
we
says,
established.
calm down, Theo, or whatever, like as if he's talking to Theo.
But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt, in the shape of a gun.
Look, fucko. Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't like she told...
God damn it.
This one does not like Ruby.
Space by accident.
May prove useful.
She organizes things. She doesn't whack people. That's not the kind of person she is. She's a talker.
It's clear this one is protective of her.
Easy now, Glenn. What he's trying to say is, people who don't have guns don't shoot people. You need a gun for that. You can't prove she has one.
You don't need to prove anything. Doubt is enough for now. And Titus must have some.
So
it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your everyone has a gun theory. If it was military grade, how'd Ruby get it? Carl, that's exactly what it means.
That wasn't strong.
God damn it.
So
it had to... This goes against your everyone. Right. That's mighty forthcoming of you. So, Let me extend you the same courtesy. She's connected to you know what. So she may have access to semi-automatics, but that's a long fucking stretch of the imagination. Yes, goddammit, I know what a 72% chance means. It means there's a 28% chance it isn't that. And 28% is no small chance either.
Just making sure we are on the same page. It doesn't all fit. We are just sharing info, candidly.
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. I don't even know why I said that to him, really. Because I would have gotten here after the murder had already been done.
Of course not. And Ruby didn't use your lost gun.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
I don't know, Cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Not so useful. And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
I don't know about
Time
that.
for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Yeah, like what? A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
Thanks, Angus.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
So this is why Shanky doesn't like her. Useful for you. It makes him advocate against Ruby.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. So there is some truth to it. And that's okay.
I don't like him saying queer.
Some
You're not
are
allowed to say that
queerer
word.
than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit,
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
If it's true. But it's not, right?
Harry himself did the murder? Literally impossible. He didn't get here until the murder had already been done.
there's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this
God damn it.
seriously, Cop, you put your head in your ass.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man.
I knew I shouldn't have said that, but I was like, maybe it'll be okay now that I've said everything else. Maybe he's like thinking about
very
it.
Small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
I don't know, probably
Yeah.
disappointing his
I
ex-wife.
see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared.
Isn't Jamrock and Martinez the
Wouldn't
same
tell me
thing?
Where. However, hard I ask. Want to know why? She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. You. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
Why not? You suck on that gun like someone tore you a brand new asshole. How can I forget? You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop. Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up, like cans.
Huh.
And then when they're all empty, just move onto the next can. Don't look back. Unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
You are insistent.
Yeah. There was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he...
Scared. You should be, too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change the
Ruby, my
subject.
fucking ex-wife?
Everett's file on you seemed thin on info. She must know from somewhere else. From Jamrock. Something more.
No. Her and Everard. They don't talk. They've never met. They have no relations. They live in different galaxies. Get that through your head. She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a party candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there. Sure, there's some shithouses there, a cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked.
Wonder if she's Lillian.
I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Uh-huh.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours? Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end. Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash? Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so
I'm not
certain
very
it
certain
came
of
from
that
the
at
roof
all.
Behind the window.
It's just the only lead I have.
Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue. True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis, and then hand-waved it? No, they didn't.
Yeah, here's the one that gets me.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you. That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it, and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof.
No, Volition, I'm right here with you.
Thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous.
No, I'm right here with Volition. Honestly. I was gonna get my empathy back up, but maybe I shouldn't. Do I have any new dialogue with her?
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played. Feels like it might jump back to life any moment, the lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Some kind of inane pinball theme, probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on. You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
No.
It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Zeolite. His people are incredibly dexterous, and they all love pinball. Matter of fact.
Oh no.
Us? Guys?
Stop.
Okay. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to play it for an undercover job at a pinball ring. And it's a lame, boring, and unchallenging game. There. We can move on now.
Super. Tip top. This went pretty well, all things considered.
Why does it keep making me be racist to Kim? I feel like this thought's also just going to hurt me. Oh, they're just not going to read this one? The little guy gets smaller and smaller as you rise above the dollhouse world. You see him out in the snow, on the streets, in the shop on the corner, and, finally, in a matchbox house, sitting by the window. White flowers on the windowsill. You can smell them from up here. It's awful. A white morning, a modern death, divorce, or something similar. All you can do is put more distance between you and him, make him smaller, make him less you. That's funny. That's a funny thing to have gotten. Did raise all my motorics by one. All red checks fail. Jesus. I want to know my date of birth. Date of birth generator.
You clearly see foot.
Jackpot.
I can zoom out so far. I can zoom out so far the lighting starts breaking. I mean, I could already do that, but even more now. Iris, I love you. Why are you the real stinkums today?
It's a fine day for questions. I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
She smiles. A bitter little smile. She means it.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we?
Oh.
How well could it have gone? I mean...
The rain falls on her shoulders, tinting her blonde hair light brown.
I'm sorry if you expected a different response to that.
Pollution and brine.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility. For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on. I don't know what to say. None of this is fortuitous for me.
She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. She slowly lights another cigarette.
Yes, miss. All right.
Coolly.
I guess I'll go investigate Ruby. I don't have any other option, but I really don't think she did it. You'll arrest her if you want. Maybe. Are those drunks here now? They are. Meaning to talk to you guys just in general.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better. Or never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible. He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Abigail?
Yeah, I kind of knew that was going to happen.
Abigail, where are you? Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Abigail?
Well, to be fair, this is electrochemistry after I've become sober.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Hey, tequila! Good to see
Idiot
you.
doom spiral.
How's business?
Wow, he
How's
sure
the
does
whole
look like me.
Reality situation treating you. So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the high
My
concept
cameo?
reality-based adventures proceeding?
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
I know what you mean. Sitting around with these bums, you really get to know the nitty-gritty of reality. And it isn't good. Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset. We've met before. Don't you remember? Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get pissed drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
Hey man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have
I don't think it's very high concept at all.
And been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things." Your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
The muscles in your right leg tense up. Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party
That does
with
explain
us,
why my clothes were so
which
dirty.
you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother. Ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
Gonna do it.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here. Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit. Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show. Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Jesus. Okay. Sure, buddy. That's why you're set next here to Don't Call Me Abigail, and your name is Idiot Doom Spiral. You're getting exactly what you deserve.
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Good night, MK. Sleep well.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. We are saving the world.
Please. Please don't call. Don't call.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out.
Not only will I stretch for you, Iris, I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom. Stretch while I want to. Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back.
So now, it's a pirate's life for me. Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages.
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Is what you almost say. But the words choke in your throat. Do you really want to miss out on all this good stuff? Perhaps it's significant. Exactly. So you know what to say.
All right.
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
No.
In that case, I'm not a storyteller.
All right.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Be a
Good to
storyteller,
see you,
then.
friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. Aye, by amphetamine, I mean speed. Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got both. Aye, that's what I said. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I've got everyone on my hook. Of course. it is what it is, you know? What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know what's crazy, actually?
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office.
I like the way all the drunk people's portraits, like, run off. Because they're
I
fading.
got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It was. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead fingers. It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7%, almost pure alcohol.
That'll
2
kill
I
you.
already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it. Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable. One spark and the entire city of Revachol is wiped off the map.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time you don't remember the last time you felt so alive. In all fairness, that might be attributed to the retrograde amnesia.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not? So what do you want then?
His tone is aggressive. You're getting on his bad side now. The alcohol boiling his blood causes
Doesn't even do
that
anything for
agitation.
me.
It burns.
Finally came to your senses, buddy boy. Ain't nobody else gonna give you a price like that. Had to let life squeeze you to get that. Sure, friend.
There we
A
go.
bottle of high
3.
quality spirits coming right up. That'll be 3 real, and you're practically robbing me at this price. In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
No, it's not. Dumbass.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence. Chemically sweetened. Across the
I
road,
guess it
a
was.
forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What? Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrive by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the Derailing Church of Humanity.
No snitching. Washerwoman will not
Since
snitch.
before my time, even. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. An apartment
that's probably where
complex,
she's hiding.
Or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses.
Either that or in the floorboards in here.
empty. I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
The tweet I just got tagged in. I just got tagged in a very funny tweet. Not gonna say what it was because I think it would get me TOS'd.
Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, Back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what cat we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
What the fuck?
Anonymous gifted
Thanks for
Periwinkle
giving a sub to
Platypus a
Perry.
subscription. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Periwinkle Platypus.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jam shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible, surely.
Hold on.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr. Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Alright. Now I gotta find out how to get into the building over there.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Quite odd. Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
You have a crush on her? Yeah, kinda same.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June.
I'm off.
And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things
The
we
lieutenant
do
looks at
get
you
to do.
almost
Like a
gently.
murder investigation, for example?
You like the Capri funeral idea?
Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Do I have anything with suggestion to make this even remotely passable? I got that. That's it.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
You know what? Sure, I'll go with this failure.
Okay. Where's this going? Absurdly and pointedly phrased. You can be quite funny, officer. Anyway, what did you want?
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
Oh. I just wanted to see what would happen. How I would try to ask her out. It's not worth continuing. Floorboards.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards.
Thanks, Revishal.
Damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand.
It is better than I
Dry,
want to make fuck
not
with
like
you.
Outside, fine dust, and then something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
I think Kim's got his own little spot.
Policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear, we welcome all kinds of people here. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think. I cleaned it, like I always do. No, she's good company. knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation.
I don't think it's PvP. I think it's just
so
PvE.
I really appreciate that about her.
When I watched it was just PvE.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
Maybe different game modes then? I don't know.
She tried not to let it show.
Like I said, when
But
I watched
could
gameplay of
tell
it
she
was
had
4
come
people,
to
like
fish.
in a Left 4 Dead style
Usually she
thing, working
likes to
together
toss a
against
few
dinos,
lines,
so...
But this time, she mostly stayed in her room.
That was during the beta. Watched Vienna play it.
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
Not a quitter.
Yeah, it does look
like
fun.
You sometimes.
Even if it is PvP, I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's not what I'd seen.
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching
me
the
when
sunset.
I am confronting my primal dom and the session is over and I am giving them aftercare because they are experiencing dom drop.
The sun sets for everyone.
She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself. The way some people do. I don't know.
Some
Further
people
up
like
the
me.
coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north. You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you'd rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The failed electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want to know about? Yes, let one thing.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
Oh, please go easy on her.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while...
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
It could. You don't know. Kids are really stupid. They don't know when they need to lie. So they'll just be like, oh yeah, I saw the bad person. They'll just say shit. They'll just say shit. Kids are really dumb. They will just say shit.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. There's no echo. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's
They're too dumb to know anything, but they could easily be like, have you seen, hey little guy, did you see a girl with red hair? And like, yeah, I saw her, she's in there. And pointing like a building she's hiding in, because they don't know.
In conclusion,
they don't know not to tell you.
Under any building. I hope not.
Kids are dumb, they don't know what they're doing. Sometimes they just say shit. You know, I did think this sign was a little interesting considering that one half of it has clearly been, like, moved.
You see, a slogan used to intertwine with above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here, an urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical ruin over there, or in that boat shack.
Death
in
notification?
that church tower, maybe.
Hold on. I'm not gonna fail a 97% chance.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "Felled electrical." Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
Yeah, it was, because it said, like, establish the church and stuff.
How do we?
Oh, death notification of the guy.
She'd be in the village.
I mean, that makes sense, because we've explored the boardwalk, we've explored the church, like, we've done all these side quests. I know that this has to, I mean, I don't think that would be Shivers, but I know that it has to be here. The only place I haven't gone.
She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. A prayer of sorts to Revachol.
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can.
What the fuck?
Tankers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to
Molly? Jesus Christ, 130? Molly? Holy shit.
Let's rock, baby.
Go get your fucking sound alerts, gang. Jesus. Get money, idiot? Yeah, apparently. God damn. I mean, thank you. I don't want to sound unappreciative. Thank you. That's incredibly kind. Just holy shit. That put us in an uncomfortable amount towards the Kingdom Hearts playthrough.
fucking shout out for Very Game Raleigh for casually dropping 130 loot packs on us.
Yeah, Jesus. Thank you so much, Molly. That's incredibly kind of you.
Sorry, Zombie. I'm Molly's mascot now.
Fair enough.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast.
But
Suddenly, there's a sigh.
I don't know why I had to do 2 checks of the same thing.
Moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure. Like that of a woman emptying her lungs.
Not to be like annoyingly meta about this, but just to say Kyria yet. Hold on, let me finish this.
Breath, flowing through it.
As things are currently set, you get way more sound alerts by getting graveyard collection cards, turning them into crafting workstations, and then into sound alerts. Basically, never worth buying sound alerts packs. I know. You can buy sound alert packs if you want, but you don't have to. I would much rather encourage that you buy graveyard packs, but like, you know, if you want to, you can. I said it that way on purpose. It wasn't like sound alerts are supposed to be easy to get. If you want to buy them to support me, you can, but I made them incredibly cheap on purpose. Yeah. No, I appreciate you telling me. I appreciate it because I am bad at math and I am bad at that sort of stuff. So I genuinely appreciate you telling me. Thank you. But yeah, no, it's on purpose. I want sound alerts to be... We do need a Kuno doesn't fucking care sound alert. We just need some stuff from this, like from this game. Yeah, it's impossible to make sound alerts cheaper than they already are. They're as cheap as possible. I want everybody to be able to engage with sound alerts. That's the thing. Because to talk philosophy for a second, there are 2 reasons that I got everybody, or that I put all of the sound alerts on Streamloots rather than as channel point rewards or using the old sound alerts like app that everybody uses. There is 2 reasons. One, the first reason, yeah, it does for an uncapped. There's 2 reasons. One, I want to push everybody onto Streamloots as a platform because it's easy. Like, if you're already going to go there to play a card that turns me into, I don't know, an angel or whatever, then it's easy for you to also then go to, then go to do sound alerts in the same place, right? Like, everything you want to do is all in one place. But secondly, I think this way, everybody gets to do sound alerts more often. Because I give out packs, like, my experience with the sound alerts, like, little widget, is that nobody liked to do the sound alerts there that weren't just the channel point ones. The ones that cost bits, people didn't like doing. They'd rather just give the bits to the streamer directly for a TTS message, or, they wouldn't buy bits at all. Nobody liked doing the bits ones. They got played, like, I had a monthly breakdown. There would sometimes be like, the thing that made me start thinking about this was that I went 6 months without a single person playing anything from the sound alerts panel down there that wasn't a channel point one. Complete 6 months without it. And I was like, okay, well that's clearly not, like, nobody's engaging with that. Nobody is engaging with that, clearly. So then I was like, okay, well how do I make it more engaging? So then at one point I made all of my channel points be sound alerts, but that became way too many channel points and people were confused. People were confused by what to do. Like trying to find the thing that they wanted to do that wasn't a sound alert was really frustrating. And B, not only did it clog everything up, but like, you know, it meant that like you can only engage with sound alerts if you'd been here for a while, which means that a lot of people would often, and between that and it being clogged up, a lot of people would just forget to do them. They'd just be like, whatever, I've got my like 2 that I like and I'll just do those sometimes. But with stream loots and having sound alerts on there, because I give out packs so often, and because you guys give out packs to each other all the time, you know, all it takes is for one of you, Molly, is that another that is 150. That's not 50. Molly, what the fuck? Molly, what the fuck? Holy shit. Good God. Single-handedly, we are now less than 100 away from the Kingdom Hearts playthrough. Okay. We are now less than 100 away from the Kingdom Hearts playthrough. Jesus fucking Christ. Almost time for Kingdom Hearts. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna become Kyria real. Just want Kyrie to suffer. Why? Dawn!
Anonymous says, what the actual fuck, Molly? Jesus Christ, did you rob a bank or some shit?
That's the power of the Keyblade.
Let's go!
Linarang wants to tweet, my community is so fucking nice to me, what the fuck?
They're not nice to me when I now have to play Kingdom Hearts. That's cruel. That's unusual punishment.
1808 just cancelled the last card.
Thank you.
Like how you can still see this.
Digital_rocket says hi.
Gonna cry. Cry. Well, now we have to think up a new goal.
Where are you going?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know what goal to do now. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of the thing and we'll come up with goals tomorrow. Or after this if I finish it early, I guess. Thing.
No, not Kingdom Hearts 2, Chain of Memories.
It's not gonna be another Kingdom Hearts. More Kyria porn goals. You could do like an NSFW audio or something. Like, yes. No. Drawings of all your mods? I'm not an artiste. We'll figure something out. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Anyway, sound alerts on Streamloots is a good idea. That's all I was trying to say. Thanks, guys. I don't feel like that's an apt reward for a bunch more packs, though. Like, I feel like that's something I would have done lowballed, you know? Love you guys too.
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a
Thank you for the
staircase
packs,
to the
Tondes and
basement,
Molly.
sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk.
We've now sold 380 packs today.
How much candy will 1,600 packs buy me? Asking for a friend.
Half of one Jolly Rancher. Never been more bummed about funding. No, I'm not bummed. I just,
down there.
Okay. Why? So, how do we get in there?
Maybe,
Those were on
Lynn.
the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Cheaper than a pound of flesh, I guess.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Him gave in a long time ago. So this is savoir-faire, I'm sure.
A rusty ladder leads.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground? And you're
I can move the bench right here.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Teleportation is not a thing.
Where's your adventurous spirit?
This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here. Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
Do it for Coach Physical. Hold on. No, I'm gonna teleport. I'm gonna make sure I have any. You know what? No, fuck it. I'm not gonna bother.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop.
I do want to teleport though.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I did it, Kim. I teleported.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
I teleported. He just, it looked like I climbed because that's what his brain had to do to process it. But actually I teleported. It's like Cthulhu shit, you know? Your brain can only process, your brain can't process it, so it just like makes up an explanation. You know? Because it can't understand what it saw. That's what happened.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's
What do you mean who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open.
I should. Hold on. No, your tweet got canceled. Give you back the card. What was on the tweet? It was, my community is so fucking nice to me. Which you are, but at the same time, you funded Kingdom Hearts, so I don't know about that. Yeah, happy birthday to Hex. You're the one who chose the goal? Actually, I didn't. Hex, Lynn, and Joey helped me pick out goals about 10 minutes before I went live on day 1.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the 2 metal panels slide open with a creak.
Huh. I hope no one dangerous heard that. After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
He's quite proud of himself.
Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Maybe this is the underground area that was being talked about before. Hey, suggestion. Is this the point of no return, by the way, gang?
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with
People said the
sad
game will
eyes.
tell me, and then other people
The
say it
black
doesn't,
reads,
so...
K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait. Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Yes, I can see that. Looks
Okay,
like
so I'm
some
just gonna
criminals
ask for a
were
slight
hiding out
spoiler here. How
They
would
left
I
a
have
long time
gotten to this point without passing that logic check with Titus that I did pass? Like, what else could I have done? I felt like I had exhausted literally everything. I've already passed it, so...
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Ah. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. It's okay. You mean the shivers check that I just did? The 2 shivers checks in a row I had to do? I don't like that the 1 shivers check was like, you don't feel anything. Go explore around. And then it was like, okay, I did. And I did the same shivers check. It was like, actually, wait, you do feel something. There should just be a thing. It's like, do you already have all these bonuses? Yeah, just go to the fucking, go do the thing. You can't fail the shivers check? What, the first one?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Ah. Well, that's nice, but the logic check with Titus still seems annoying.
Someone who's up to no good.
The logic check with Titus still kind of bugs me. Or did they fix that too? Because I didn't see any way past it.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Alright, I wish you could name your saves, but they're a hard save. This is the point of no return. Or right before it, basically.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. No, but you are the sensitive one. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down, uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
Is this the point of no return? This feels like it's saying, like, hey, you should go do this other stuff first, maybe.
Definitely. I think she knows something about the mercenaries, maybe. And she won't be around if the situation explodes. You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens in Martinez without him knowing. We might have to dirty our hands, but...
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Okay. I don't know. I can keep working for Everard, but I don't know how to get Joyce to talk to me. I don't know how to get Joyce. Like, I showed her my badge. She said we have to wait on paperwork. How long does that fucking take? I don't know how to get her to talk to me. I don't know. Videos, probably. Probably the video on Disco Elysium, but the one about Zaum and what happened to it. No, she said she has something she wants to tell you. If you just have to present her with your badge to hear it. Perhaps you did her a favor if she waived off the formality. Whatever the case, you need to know what she knows. I showed her my badge and she was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Well, I have to go do a fucking requisitions report or whatever to get to, like, make sure I can talk to you, some kind of something. That'll take a little while. Then I can talk to you." And then she's just stonewalled me since then. I don't know how to, like, did I fuck it up? Because I, like, I thought about taking the job from her? I don't know what her errand even is. I don't know how to do it. What was the drug thing? I don't think I did her errand. I would like to have all the pieces. And they're my last 2 remaining leads. I mean, I talked to as many lorry drivers as I could. I didn't see any more to talk to. Yeah, I talked to Everett about that already. He didn't give a shit. Go back? Where? I've already talked to Tommy LaPalme. Yeah, he was like one of the first guys I talked to. I've gone through everything with him.
Still here.
Except for this, because I don't want to smoke.
Damn jam, my man. What's up?
I even passed his check to like look into his eyes and see his deep sadness. Did you go past him? Yeah. I feel like it's bugged. I don't know. There's the pale driver, but she just will not talk to me. I don't see anything else over here. No, you're fine.
The woman still has nothing. No respect.
Everybody said I could learn more from her, but she just will not speak to me about anything.
A lorry stuck in the windows. Fumes of heavy.
Yeah, I looked in there. I have more than talked to the scab leader. I've exhausted everything with him. Done everything with him. Done everything with Manana. Done everything with Kuno and Kuno S. Done everything with the fucking people in there. Done everything with her. Done everything with Plaisance. Done what I could with Signy. Oh. Maybe this will change things? Yeah, so did mine. I mean, it feels like the game expected me to, like, talk to the village people and everything a lot earlier. So maybe that's why. Maybe, like, I kind of did a bunch of the back half of the game when I was supposed to be doing the middle of the game, and now I'm doing the middle of the game, but it doesn't expect... Like, it feels like that, because, like... The Shivers check was like, go do some other stuff. And it's like, oh, wait, you already did. Yeah, go ahead. Because, like, I did all the back half of the game, all the side quest stuff, and then I did all of that as the middle of the game. And now I'm at what should have been the middle of the game, and... I feel like I bunked up the order.
I'll just keep the core Delachi in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Like, now that there's the guy from Apartment 28 in the Whirling in Rags, and he's like, oh, hey, did you see a guy? And he's clearly talking about Titus, but, like, he's acting like Titus isn't there.
I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty? Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell. How do I like it?
Because he was talking about, like, him being, like, fucking built like a brick shithouse. And, like, you know, the leader of the people going around asking about stuff. Like, he was talking about one of the Hardy Boys. Because they were asking about the hanging, and they were, like, trying to... It was either the Titus or the fucking scab leader, but either way.
Water drips down eaves of...
There's only so many people in this game built like a brick shithouse.
Creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage?
Yeah, he did
over
say
there?
that, but still.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly. It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls. Rifles with splintering stocks, and swords. Tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the revolution. The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Celindian, Isala. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location? Of course. I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. How can I help you at this juncture? The lorries are still stuck at the roundabout. If the police is asking, one of the drivers might admit to it. The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. I'm glad to hear, officer. I'm sure you'll find out just what that means soon enough.
God damn it, Joyce.
Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Okay. God damn it. I know you're not supposed to do everything in one run, but I feel like I've kind of done everything in one run. I didn't even really save scum for it. I only did in like the church. And even then only for one object.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! What's it to you? Am I a sus? The man is...
Wait, who are the lorry drivers? Well, I guess she said around the roundabout. This isn't the roundabout. Are you one of them?
Something odd? Come to tell me drugs? They are shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
Then he takes a long drag from a cigarette.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Of course, that's what you think.
Not in, not out. I'll never betray the purity of my tribe.
I hate how much this guy looks like your da. Like, he looks like everybody's da. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point. But he's a racist lorry driver.
So you're telling us that you don't know anything about drug smuggling through Terminal B?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking on at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling and Rags.
He doesn't actually look like your dad. I'm saying, like, the point is he's supposed to look like a sort of generic everyman.
Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Like, when I went to the UK, I saw 700 of these guys.
It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran.
Yeah, of course, that's what you think.
His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well. Sure, I'm sure. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
No, it's Ruby running this ring, like Titus alluded to. But play along for now. Find out what everyone knows first. Sealing is your next lead.
Guess so.
You know, Hex made that same joke about Twink death.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? Ah, man, me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo, and it gives me time to work
I
on
trust
my
this guy with my life.
Working on these rhymes clearly leads to muscular atrophy. Make sure you don't get hooked on poetry.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him.
Digital_Rocket wants to tweet. The best part about hitting all those Streamloots goals is that I finally get to play Kingdom Hearts. I might bash it on stream, but I'm genuinely excited for this.
Hi.
Digital_rocket says hi.
Going to cry.
Ransom
late,
just
Rinso.
cancelled the last card.
The meta has been determined. The Kirby anti-counter spell. It's fucked, dude. Chat, there's still 130, 105, and 91 packs remaining. Go get your free packs.
This takes a while. You only get redeem one every 3 minutes.
Working on it.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, I should change this goal as well. Forgot that I was gonna do that. Alright, conceptualization.
Hi.
Hana Fujisaki says hi.
Hi, Hannah. We found the point of no return. So now I'm clearing up the loose ends with Joyce and Everart, which I just decided to not do. Hey, Doppel. Oh, my conceptualization is +2. That's all I can do.
Now it's turning into a...
So you must be the secret ingredient.
No, Limbo, man. Now it's turning into a kind of a...
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed.
We did unfortunately reach the cage goal.
What are you doing?
That's brutal, man. Like, you know, time to...
Mother, I demand pants.
No.
Give me pants.
No.
I need to wear pants.
No.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but... Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Come on, Zami. I can't go full Donald Duck in front of Chad.
You don't have any clothes on, so you're not Donald Duck.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives.
I think he really believes this.
Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent.
But he's also a
What?
capitalist.
Tasty drugs. That's very cool. I don't like drugs either. I only said I do because I didn't want to sound lame.
I would like to get an actual Zilk that can, like, be on my shoulder as opposed to this one, which is just, like, a free model that, you know, I got.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
I can't just go showing off all this Zilk meat for free, Kyria. We're wasting a revenue stream.
I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that. It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
No, I totally agree with
you
you
admit
here.
you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm okay.
You dehydrated
Maybe
bitch.
I'm a
Drink some
lorry driver
water.
too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Also, why do I have my grippers out? I thought you were Camp No Free Feet.
No, I show free feet all the time.
Such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity. Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
Source, I have no socks or shoes on right now.
What crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's afraid.
Look. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up. It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
There you go. A witness with corroborating evidence. It's Ruby.
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has
Because you're a
tattoos.
censor slut. Why would you see anything?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved.
It's just funny.
I told you.
No, it's still Ruby. Interesting that he doesn't seem aware of her existence, though.
I don't know. I told you. I don't know her name. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detective.
I kind of hate that he doesn't have anything to say about the fact that I bought... Well, I guess I was going to say I bought everything he sells, but I guess I didn't. I didn't buy the shoes. The fallen shoes. Did I even afford it? Every time I come in here, I just happen to have my flashlight out, even if I didn't have it out for like hours before.
Let me know. Sure. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Well, now I have 50 stuff. I could buy the fallen shoes. On Discord? You can. Do you mean Twitch chat?
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
It's okay.
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
Anything to say about me having bought out your entire
Everything's
stock?
still cool here,
No, you don't. That's a bit of a shame. Oh. I can sell them for 30? I mean, that's a nice reinvestment. That means the shoes are only actually 20, which is a lot easier to swallow.
Mama, I went to the doctor and she told me something shocking. I'm just a widow guy.
Hello, hello.
What the heck?
You already knew that, dummy.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time.
Hey, Transamus, did you know that Renee dies and he just leaves his friend sad here and alone?
Oh, sorry,
Gaston?
officer. Host almighty. He's a total...
Shut up, Inland Empire. You can give him the picture that Renee has. Or had.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam.
Date of birth generator. Fuck it. What does he want? No, not suggestion. Conceptualization?
Still here.
Yeah. I probably don't need to pass this check, but...
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Only a 4%.
What's up?
Fix your... Yeah, I did before when he was alive.
I don't want to talk about that.
This guy knows Ruby, no doubt. Just play dumb for now. Get everything out of him you can.
Man, I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she
So if
wouldn't
I'd
be
worked with
mixed up
Joyce, I could have learned about Ruby a lot earlier. But I had my pride, and I was like, I'm not gonna let Joyce or Everett like tell me what to do. So I did it the hardest way possible.
He still is.
Maybe that's why it felt so like...
It's just wishful thinking.
Like I felt like I was stuck behind checks so bad. Because I didn't let either of them help me, so I just did it the fucking hardest way possible because I didn't want to be bitch boy police working for, you know, corporation and a mob. But hey, I still got there, so fuck them.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see
I
why.
haven't even started eating yet. Go ahead, pour it in.
Faster than... Is he less than...
What?
I eat faster than you, but less than...
You only eat faster when I'm streaming. Get distracted.
You get distracted when you're...
Alright, bitch, I got ADHD. What do you want me to say?
Yes, I'm sorry, Rumpy.
Making fun of me?
Not making fun of you.
So mean.
You don't enjoy your food.
Mother.
Yes.
A friend? An acquaintance? I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay? A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Yeah, what's going on, little guy?
Blue and violet. Died.
Dapple gave me
It
all
was
her
violet
sour
when she got here,
Skittles. I'm
well
not
before she
telling you
went.
where I hid them.
Maybe she dyed it red. Titus said Ruby's hair is red.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun.
I'm not naive.
Mr. Ha, you thought I'd say it again. Anyway, can I have snacks?
All right, yeah, hold on. Hold on. I just took a bite of my macaroni. Hold on. There you go. Spit it into your food hole. There you go. There's your snacks.
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way
Munch,
out.
smack, munch. Thank you, Mother.
You're welcome, little guy.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well...
Yum, 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 yum.
It looks like it did
Delicioso.
now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? 'Cause she's on the edge, man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy. Imagine it. An explosion of stars. Goodbye world of men, money, and machines.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
Oh, so you don't got any smokes in you?
Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Hey, isn't he like smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Okay. But this is my last one. And it's a bad habit. You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
Alright, hold on.
Still here. Stuck
Come on,
in
brother.
This damn jam, my man.
No.
God
just
damn it.
no. I can already see it's failed, and I'm stopping it. This guy has amazing willpower. Honestly, he's the only one of that intellectual bunch I trust.
I mean, same, but I don't want to push him. You know, if I did go the hardest way possible to get all the information, because I wanted to stick to my morals and not help out Joyce or Everard, I'm kind of proud of myself that I was able to get to the end doing it like the hardest way possible.
It's a boring story, officer. Very cool.
Have to admit. I didn't mean to do it the hardest way possible, but the game said, alright, you want to stick to your morals? It's going to be difficult as hell. Deal with it. And I said, okay, and then did. That feels kind of good.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy. on the Insulindian Isola. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
Actually, I did.
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays, and purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
Yeah, I mean, Kim literally was like, if we go further, we can't go back. And I was like, okay.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum, a group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time.
So wait, it's supposed to look like this?
Trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders. With
It's
more
supposed to look all blown up like this?
social
That's on
awareness
purpose?
Than the young ironists. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned
I think
about
that's
what
funny.
the hoi polloi think of him in death. The woman still has.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buenguerro. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his
That's
jaw,
fine.
the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This
Yeah, that's
man's
why
got
when
a
you said
hold
you were
over
going to get
her.
it, I was like,
Even 50 years
okay.
later, you can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen.
I don't know what a
And
boyadero
schoolboys
is. It seems
used
to be Spanish for
memorize
cop.
all his lines.
Love you too, Lynn.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the mine behind the Black Sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Methk, it was a golden age. Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
Cowboy in Portuguese,
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Oh, it's so much more than a high where I go, Harife. It's low. I go to the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely some kick. Some terrible kick. The pale, probably. This pale sounds like it's the shit.
Then it's contraband, Loman.
Yeah, I was definitely supposed to have this conversation a lot
Do you
earlier.
Want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo. Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to On the Western Plain. It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western Plain. Of course not. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Maigret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down. So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand, a true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Did he just call me a lady, Harife?
If you want to know more about Ruby, this is a dead end. She's only heard the word lady and latched onto it. You can push on if you're interested in that, though. The woman's malevolent cackling fills the roundabout.
I'm a lady like you are, Gabriel Buenguerro. Only in dreams. I'm terrifying to small children. And to those who used to know me. Because they can no longer recognize the person I once was. Oh, Sim.
Something in her is pulling towards some unknown rest state. She twitches, like a sleep kick.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
Come on, he thinks. She's not the lady driver.
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will. Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain.
A terrible cold comes over her, rattling her teeth as she stares inward.
The Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. Adestradas du Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly.
Something of an expert in blacking out.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Is that all you woke me up to say? Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? I'm starting to think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots, made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny.
That's
there are
tiny?
too many discrepancies in all this.
Pale damage. I was just holding my father's hand. He was descending the stairs in riot. The crowd had gone silent. There was dust in the air. Perhaps it was another Jerife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
Oh, that's pretty small then.
Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
The POW sounds like the drug to me.
Then what were you getting at? You're man, Lowman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grad, Lowman? It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
Let me see. This is cute, Joey. Chat, decide. How would Zilk wear pants? How would Zilk wear pants? The wings? How would that even work?
I will wear it both ways at the same time.
You can't do that, little guy. That's insane. You're insane.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world.
It's on the Zilk's
It's a
back.
good palette cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
And what is that?
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the bail, and now he's talking to everyone about it. Fine then. Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time for that. Exactly what I didn't want you to do. Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in Pale Transport.
No offense, but your partner seems like a bit of an idiot.
Republica, a filterless cigarette from Misk.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything, even things I never knew. The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot, in the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation, on the grand stairs of Ryle. The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot. The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except I never had a father, and I never shot her innocent as Dolores Day. Heroic doses, Herifia. Heroic. Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now, when you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this, what are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor. Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark. You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything. Bigger than all the other things combined. Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets in the electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
In the belly of an airship, behind the cell windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it. No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
The wheels all small and round. Multi-axle trailers.
Yes. They say there is a point, one that I have not crossed. In the Pale, super deep. If you stray too far, of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction. It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale. Maybe you've been down the motorway south. It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Jerife, not Pale drivers. Way beyond the established Pale that's lit by radio frequencies. Where it and dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from. No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning. I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child rowing on the lake. Josiana.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion. A child descending.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, Detective. Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
The woman looks at nothing, her eyes closed and her lips moving. Girl child, you hear her say. Girl child, girl child.
Well, if that's all I'm gonna get on the pale, I still don't get it. I still feel like there's something I'm not understanding or something I'm missing. I get that it's nostalgia, but I don't understand what it's supposed to represent to have countries separated by a magic fog of nostalgia that wipes away everything back into the past. What is that supposed to be saying? It's an interesting world, it's an interesting thing to be, but it also feels like that's supposed to be saying something, and fuck if I know what the ballad's supposed to be saying.
Before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
I mean, I kind of doubt I'm gonna get any more information left on the pale, though. Wait, that's not... Yeah, is it?
Oh, hey, mister.
Oh,
I knew
it
you'd be
is.
back to talk. No trouble at all.
Oh, good.
Mr. Dubois, you bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
Good thing I've just
You need
completely
to get
abandoned the
signatures
platform
from
except for
Isabel
saying when I'm
Sadie
going
and
live.
Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then, I'll know you're a solid socialist.
I could just say, oh, I've already done it. Like, I literally just gave you the paper here. Yeah, I did it. I think you do the same thing I did before where when I tried to lie to him about opening the door and he's like, are you fucking kidding me? Commercial district doorbell? What? Yeah, but I just still don't like that app because of how many people have been duped into buying it because they think that they have to. Like, I know so many VTubers who bought it thinking that they had to, and I know that you could customize the size so they don't get included, but I don't know. It just doesn't sit right with me in total.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip. Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
The name resounds like a bell in the air. A dark gong. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who do anything for him.
I don't know what's going on here.
Drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod.
Oh, I see.
I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it.
Go fuck yourself.
It would be easy to break him.
Hold on. You want me to get half-light, brother? I can get half-light. I have shit for half-light now. Oh, not that. There we go. Half-light and pain threshold. Half-light and very sure. Fallen jacket. You know, to be fair, if I saw a guy just randomly changing his clothing in front of me to be scarier, it would work. I'd be like, what the fuck is this guy do? Okay, alright, fine, whatever, dude. Jesus, chill.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by, wondering to themselves, where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he dangerous?
I've never been more validated than I am in this moment. Never in my entire life have I been more validated than I am right in this moment. Disco Elysium. Disco fucking Elysium agrees with me about cool jackets. I've never been so validated. I've never been so validated. Holy shit. Oh my god. Disco Elysium agrees with me about cool fucking jackets.
You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
You're goddamn right they are. Disco Elysium agrees with me about cool jackets. I'm gonna come
to tell me to fuck off again? Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell...
Men like this only respect two things. Strength and fear. Time to turn up the volume.
Holy
you.
shit.
I told you, I'm not gonna...
There.
I grabbed
his
him.
voice grows smaller as yours.
I'm gonna fuck you for the rest of my life. You understand? Was it close? Oh my god, it was. Literally a perfect, like a perfect success. One number lower and it would have fucked.
Fucking homo cop. Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green banged up thing. I don't fucking know.
No, I know
who
it
she
does,
is.
but I wanted to go even harder.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
I like how he's a racist lorry driver, but you can just assume he's all the other, like, all the other bigotries too. And you're right.
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up.
That's what I'm saying. He's like a nationalist. He's a homophobic. He's fucking xenophobic. He's racist. Like any bigotry you can imagine, that's what this guy is. Fuck this, man. I'm not taking off my cool jacket now. Not until I have to for a stat check, brother. This is my cool jacket now.
This green found, A to Z, contemporary, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and 2 steering levers. Posters cover the small windows in the back. You can't make out what's on them. It feels like
I like the
you're
fuck the
peeking
world
into
one more,
someone's home
partially because
residence.
it's blue or black,
Inside
but
it's
also
private,
partially because I like
cozy,
the message more, that because it's not
dusty too.
censored.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced. There's no picking this lock. The owner has put special care into it. It's a recessed design.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside. This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Alright. I need to take off my shirt for physical instrument being at like 10. 9.
This green found, A to Z, contemporary.
Well, yeah,
is
that's his
parked
jacket.
in the shadow of the room.
Hey, I'm gonna get mad if this fucking doesn't go
This
through.
green found,
Also, I like that
A to
lifted
Z,
weights is a thing here.
contemporary, is parked in the shadow. With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar. A glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice. Release your secrets, lorry cabin.
Fuck the police!
The window shatters, and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement.
Subtle.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s
Where
of
can I
the
go back?
last century.
Okay, I'm back.
One of them
Also,
particularly catches
putting
your
fingers
eye.
together,
A
just because the
centerfold of
KH
an
fund got
origin
met doesn't mean
attached right
you
above
that
that
like
seat.
we're gonna come up with more goals, but also like you can still make the timer go up. It doesn't mean everything's over now. You can still make the timer go up with more packs if you want. I would kind of like to max out the timer. Surely we've got to be close. There's 200 hours on it. There's 200 hours on the timer. And I've streamed for 9 days. And it basically hasn't gone below 150 in those 9 days. I don't know. Surely we have to be close to the max.
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
Thanks, Hannah.
Hana Fujisaki just added 1 hour to the lootathon.
There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably
Never even came
grenade
close.
Number 5. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera.
Well, the timer maxes at 400 hours. But the timer doesn't... It stops when I go to sleep. When the stream is over. So...
A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. Wait, this actress really does look a lot like Glacia. She may have been right about this ruby after all. The actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard.
It's been anywhere between 9 to 12 hours. It was supposed to be 12 hours every day, but shit kept happening at the beginning of this week that made that difficult. But, you know.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed. Likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV.
You're not fucking exhausted by this subathon? Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. I did 47 days last time, and the stream never went off. I woke up, showered, got on stream. That was my morning every day. I would eat breakfast on stream. I would stay up until whatever time. I would wake up at whatever time. Trust me. I did 47 days last time, and the only reason it stopped is because literally all of my friends were like, I miss you, can you please stop it? And I was like, okay, all right. So I started discouraging adding any more time to the timer. I do look after myself.
Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
I don't know how to explain it other than I unironically get energy from streaming.
Radius at least.
It is not a taxing activity for me. It makes me, like, excited.
That's not here right now.
However, you can continue to beat me with sticks in your mind. I know people worry. I don't know how to convince you not to worry, and honestly, I would rather you worry. It's nice people care. People worry, it means they care.
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
You know what gives me energy? Delicious, delicious soap.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to beat you to death. Hi, Aaron. I hope your dinner's good.
bottoms up. And the devil laughs.
Yeah, Lynn being here helps a lot. Like, I don't have to make dinner most nights, and that's really good.
The ghostly actresses and the rusty toolbox under the
You know what
driver's
gives
seat
me energy?
and
Our
the
sponsor.
oddly bulging seat cover.
True, our sponsor does give me energy, Rogue Energy.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers.
You do very well,
rusty
Lynn.
wrench
Stream wouldn't
have
run
been
without
casually
you.
thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
Sandpaper? A novel technique. Must be to offer
Right.
some extra
Shadow
weight to the
Legends
driver's
TM
foot.
is an immersive online experience with everything
No,
you'd expect from a brand new RPG title. It's got an amazing storyline, awesome 3D graphics, giant boss fights, PvP battles.
It doesn't even
and
have a
hundreds of
storyline.
never-before
You know what the
seen
worst part about
champions
this
to
bit
collect and
is?
customize.
It doesn't even have a storyline. It doesn't have a fucking storyline. And I know this because I was going to take a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship as a bit, and I was going to, like, I was going to actually take a sponsorship, but I was going to do a bit with it where I was going to, like, pretend to be a huge lore nerd and know all the lore and be really into it and be super excited about it and wear, like, wear a hat that was, like, #1 Raid Shadow Legends fan. Like, I was going to be so super into it. That was going to be the joke.
Have you heard of the critically
God
acclaimed
damn it.
MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? With an expanded free trial which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensworn expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime.
Yeah, you can play through it with Minty. Anyway, I was going to do a whole bit where I was like, haha, I'm so into Raid Shadow Legends. And then I looked it up and there's just no fucking lore. There's just nothing. There is no anything. The game does not have a story.
Yes? Do the honors.
Lynn is good wolf who never pisses on the carpet or steals candy. Give her many pets. Wait, no.
Okay, I legally
wrong
have to
sponsor.
state I am
I
not
mean today's
sponsored by
sponsor,
any of these
NordVPN.
people.
With NordVPN you can connect to 60 countries and obscure your internet traffic from prying eyes.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching. At least we can now ask Titus some concrete questions about it.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. The radio transmitter sits on the center console and a faint smell of perfume is in the air. Voila, a stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been
Kuno doesn't
outlined with
fucking
a pen.
care.
He sure doesn't.
Bonne prise.
This large map
Kyria
displays the
Thanatos,
elevated
cute
motorway
zombie,
called
is sponsored by the
881.
generosity of
The
Rajat.
intake
And
leading
viewers
to
like
Montanese
you.
is marked
Thank
with a
you.
blue X. There's another X.
Remember
on the
that from
off-ramp
PBS?
At a place called the Old South. Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like
I mean,
there are
PBS style
10 ways of
donations
getting
is
onto
legitimately
the
how I
elevated
try to run my
motorway
stream.
that runs over Jamrock, and this person knows them all.
Sometimes I run an
I love
ad
how,
broadcast.
once
but
I remember I know how to speak. I speak lots and lots and lots for a bit. Then, I hibernate, awaiting an opportunity to steal cookies.
Aw. Once when I was a kid, or once when I was a little, PBS Pledge Drive came on, and kids who said, "Kids, get your parents." From the kitchen, told my mom the TV wanted to talk to her.
There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881, high above the mess of brown and red roofs that is Jamrock. The commuters.
The voices
don't
get
even
really
look
loud
down.
and built up inside
The
me, then
world
they go
ceases
wah
to
wah wah
exist
wah.
outside the
They sure
windshield.
do.
To Kuron, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road. This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital.
One of them likes to howl a lot.
Adjacent to the 41st precinct. No storm will ever drown Revachol, the great solution to the riddle of history. Wind
Yelling
rips
hardcore
through
would
the
be
empty
good.
hallways of the once great military hospital, now just a ruin under an overgrown park. Beneath the hospital, great sewer tunnels hum and vibrate with life of their own.
I think it would kind of be fun to have Kim. Marcy asked me. Marcy did ask me to get sound alerts that were nice to me. I think.
This stream is also brought to you by MeUndies.
No.
Some penis
No.
pill, magic
No.
spoon, snack
No.
box, Dollar
No.
Shave Club,
No.
Blue Apron, Casper,
No.
and Nature
No.
Box.
No. Legally, none of that is true. I have to state this legally. Anyway, the one with Kim being genuinely proud of you and being like, "Good job, detective." I think that could be good.
The rattle of motor
Mama,
carriages
are we
and
going to
lorries
jail?
driving through long forgotten tunnels, lit by gaslights. The
No,
final
we're not
map
going
And
to
this
jail.
Zilk is brought to you by Stream
of
Woods.
service tunnels
That's true.
left over from
This
the
stream is brought to
construction
you by
of
a wolf.
Motorway 881.
Why does she have that in her
A
mouth?
few routes
Put it
have been
down,
marked
Lynn.
Put
with
it
a
down.
where the tunnels and sewers surface near
Legally,
the eminent
all of
domain
that was a
and
joke.
the traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake. These service tunnels were probably
Hi, Val.
used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway materials.
Yeah, that's
They've
kind of what I was
infiltrated
thinking.
East Motor Tract.
Problem is, I have to find him saying that
The RCM patrols most of these
and find it
auxiliary
without any
roads.
background noise. Like, I'd have to data mine the sounds or something. And there's so many sounds, so like, I don't know. Might kind of be hard to get. Hard to get any of them, really. You are not going to get an Wu Lin sound clip. That's not happening.
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really, they're just violent gangs vying for control
That would be
of
nice,
the
Hannah.
west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta.
This
It's
stream may or
dark
may
early.
not be brought to you by gas station penis pills, your local pachinko parlor, the concept of gravity,
Next
loot
goal is
box,
we
and
get
the
a
spare
Linawu?
change I
No.
found in
No, no,
between the
no.
couch cushions.
I'm not making you pay for a Linawu. Okay, but I still get to veto the card, and if the card is a Linawu, I'm vetoing the card. Correct, no Linawu.
Anonymous says, a woo.
You couldn't hear the zom because I muted because Lynn came in or to a woo and I knew she was going to, so I preemptively muted. And then I pretended to keep talking, or I pretended to unmute and talk again, so that she would try to woo again secretly. You know, I know her game. I did outplay Lynn.
Emax 130 just cheered
Thanks,
X
Emax, for the
100
bits.
bits. A woo.
Lynn, you work hard for the stream, and what do you get for that? What do you get for
Just
that?
one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks.
Are the head pats nothing? If the head pats are nothing, I can just stop head patting you. If it's not anything, I could just stop giving you head pats. I mean, you know, if they just really aren't, if they really aren't anything, if it's just, you know, put my head in daze. I pet your head literally 5 seconds ago when I gave you a hug. Yes, I did.
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere on Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before.
Never
but
lied.
They haven't ended well for those involved.
Not a liar.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the winces and whispers that usually accompany it. Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
I didn't feel it? Okay, Lynn, come here.
Somewhere on a hidden field, a flash of light, a whirring sound. Camera lenses focus on a man in a ragged police uniform, standing in a field of blood-red poppies. The bedraggled cop is holding a manure fork. "Don't hurt me," he whimpers. But why? Why would I hurt my own peon? Asked the man in white. What kind of an animal would do such a thing?
Tell chat what I'm doing.
Put it behind my ear.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick these up later.
There, you've been pet.
The stack of maps looks just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silently by, and the pull-out toolbox has a rubber handle, worn from years of use.
I think it's very funny, Lynn, that I haven't pet her head in days, when literally yesterday she kneeled down and made me pet her head after she brought me food. It was literally yesterday.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Yes, that was yesterday. Lynn bring? I don't remember. But I know it was yesterday.
It's an issue of Petit Ferique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
Pull out two bolts, slice back into its nest. The rest is...
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I did the opposite then. I pet Lynn's head when I got her McDonald's. And then I put it on her desk, I remember.
He closed the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce? Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info. And last but not least, it's Ruby's cabin we found. This is an undeniable connection to the Union. Perhaps you're right. This is one connection I find a little dubious, to be honest. I prefer not to profile people's emotions. Perhaps it's because I'm not very good at it, but still.
Actually, he's not bad at it at all.
One way or another, they seem to be. Logistically, if nothing else. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition. We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause, an investigation I mean. Especially if the Madre grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome. All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either. Debrief over, after you.
Okay. Well, we go back to Joyce. Hopefully she doesn't have like 10 other things she wants us to do like Everard does. Hey, officer, got a minute? What's up?
I, saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who'd tell on her. But, is she in trouble? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
I really don't know.
Damn. I always warned her to watch herself. Man. Nothing to do now, I guess. Maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can. Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft. Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him.
No, you're right. Tommy Lahome is way more you. Everard asked you to do 2 things? Yeah, but that's 2 things too many. Especially when he was like, do 1 thing for me and I'll give you what you want. And then I came back and it's like, actually 1 more thing.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Talk to the Hardy Boys about this real fast. I didn't do the second thing. I'm doing it now.
Is back. What do you want? Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle.
Unlocked to the door, did you?
Go
No, I
back
did.
to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are.
Like the
in
Nintendo Direct of shitty
41
errands? Yeah,
kilos.
exactly.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? We know Ruby was the driver. We know that's your affiliation with her. Detective, you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Oh yeah, fuck you, that's awful.
Boo fucking who. People will always be taking drugs. Might as well.
You don't need to be selling them to them, though. You can help them in different ways. Like, I agree with you, people will be taking drugs and you should do it clean and organized, but that's not what you're doing.
And the Hardy Boys are running it.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare
Yeah, obviously. Exactly.
Go fuck yourself. You sure do love long walks through Theory Town, don't you?
Sure do.
Well, I'm thirsty now. Thirsty for beer. Got any less theoretical questions, Cop? Yeah?
Cop.
What? The what now? I have no idea.
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
There you have it. Pale something.
That's okay.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
Anything else you want, Carl?
Yeah, that sounds terrible. Emit the thing that, like, unmakes reality? Alright, cool.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Where are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the union building? What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that Everard and the union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess union members have children too. Aye. Why not? Fine. Here you go. I shouldn't have. Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. I had my first drink when I was 11 because I was so bored. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign. You'll...
Who's Isabel again? Is that the old lady?
You're back. Good. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? it doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
Now, see, I find that a lot more interesting than something like the Pale. What about something that makes reality, like, more? Like, intensifies reality? Making reality itself unbearable. Like, that's a more interesting question to me. What does that mean? That's just normal reality? No, I'm saying literally reality squared. Reality, like, double. Not a reality anchor, like... It's already so much, and what if it was more? What if it was more infinitely forever, getting or becoming more and more all the time? Every color becoming so real you could taste it. Every taste becoming so real you can smell it. Every sensation becoming so real that they become their own sensation in and of themselves. Everything is glass forever.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
Well, so one's the body, one's the scab. Who's the other one?
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
Well, we know that's false.
Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
I have to say, this is not
It is
disco.
very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The Debarders have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Maybe a good bloodletting is just what Martinez needs.
No, Jesus.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true, Lieutenant W. Frater Dubois. All we can do is keep the rest from going the same way. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called
Hey Hex, I love you. We hit the point of no return, so I'm just finishing up doing stuff and realizing that I did the game in the hardest way possible by not working with Everart or Joyce at all. And that's why I constantly felt like I was being held back by white checks, because I didn't do any of the other stuff. Anyway, hi, it's your birthday, I love you.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
No. You guys are either my freakers or my zombabes. Freaker Nation or my zombabes, pick one.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands.
Oh yeah, fourth world.
Countries that don't have a good record reporting
what could that even be?
Atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Can I be a hag? Brother, you can be anything you want to be.
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better
insane
background
clown
check than I
posse?
ever could. It may take some time, though.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
No. Zombabe. Different.
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenel. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
I mean, you were already a zombabe, so yes.
Dawn
Birthday
Days
pack
is
for
giving
Hex.
away a pack 2, birthday pack for Hex.
There you go, Hex. Also, Hex, we met the Kingdom Hearts goal. We sold 100+ packs. We sold today 380 packs.
You dehydrated bitch. Drink some water.
The remaining contractors.
Let's
Their
rock, baby.
tribunal. It's what they believe. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
This does not come as news to us, but still. To your knowledge, where did this assault take place, if you know?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the Colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice. But she had sympathy for this man.
Liked is a bit strong. He was the most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. His departure left a major gap in the group's communication skills. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
Ruby is a girl, and she did stuff with the ULAN radio stuff. Maybe it is Ruby.
She closes her eyes, trying to.
But Ruby's
picture
been
the
here
man's
for so
face,
long.
Then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
That's all right, ma'am. Anything else?
Mr. Everard is helping me
Nationality?
find
What
Mika.
would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body, and Clasia also mentioned it, I believe. What else? Nationality? Accent?
Hey, Blunt.
It was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth.
Hi, Samantha.
They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
You should show those meatheads exactly how savage you really are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Scab leader built like brick, yeah. Logic is at 0, though. Fuck it.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
I don't know, be a fucking
Your
human.
concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start. Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
Wait. Does it mean
It's
mean
a
by the
matter
end of today?
days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news.
Does it mean by the end of today?
If there is anything else I can
Since
help
I was
you
probably
with,
supposed to have this
please
conversation a
ask.
lot earlier?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence. She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
It was taken with a trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Well, I mean, I took about 5 days, so...
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stuff I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent. Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think
She
must
sure
be
is.
Sutt's Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this. Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
I think Joyce exemplifies a woman that, or like, exemplifies the person that you should never become. Like, Joyce isn't a bad person. She has empathy. She has, like, care. She wants the best in people. She even wants to do something against her company because it would help people overall and, like, not cause an issue, right? Like, she's not a bad person, but she represents, you know, literally represents bad bad corporations, bad ideals, bad motives. She's given up, yeah. She's given up and just says, well, I can't do anything because I work for these people. So this is what I have to do. The humanity that was once in her is gone. And I think it's really easy. I think most people are Joyce. I think most people want good, but assume that they can't do it for whatever reason. I think it's really, really, really easy to become Joyce. And I think if you're born in America and you go through your life never really questioning things and go through the sort of quote-unquote American dream of doing your education, going to college, getting out, going to a job, you know, like working that job until you die, retiring at 65 or 70 or 80 or whatever, you know, and then slowly dying around people who love you, right? The life that, you know, not the most glamorous life, but the life of like a lower or middle-aged person or middle-income person, right? I think everybody who is in that life has a really easy, like, if you don't question the things around you, you become Joyce. Not on purpose, not even all at once, but slowly over time, you go, you look at, like, you know, like the George Floyd movement, back when that happened, you go, man, that sucks. That shouldn't have happened. Well, nothing I can do about it. My break's over, time to go back onto the clock. And it saddens you and it makes you mad that the world is that way, but you don't think there's anything you can do about it because you're just a puny little worker. Who are you? Except Joyce is a little bit more culpable for her actions because of how high up she is. Joyce had a chance to do something and didn't do it. And I think to an extent she regrets that, but...
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor. And these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Somewhere
yeah, exactly.
In an office lit by a single green desk lamp.
She's part
Captain
of that now.
Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger on his desk. Rows and rows of days and weeks, laconic remarks in a single column. Patrol, case, vacation, injured.
I mean, she definitely is, but I don't think she's actually evil either. I don't think she's like Klasha. I don't think she's lying to you.
In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his
I think she's honest with you. She just knows that honesty is maybe a little fucked up.
Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos. His platoon members?
To be fair, though, I'm
The
a
other
bit sympathetic to
contractors,
almost every character in
though
this
I
game.
do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Easy to be honest and forthcoming from a position of extreme privilege, yeah.
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial. Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nope. Thanks, Joy.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. Underneath all this, Lillian's signature and an empty line waiting for a signee. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
Hold on. Do I have a thought ruining logic right now? Magnesium-based life form. See, where's my white logical shirt? Where is my jacket? Where's my hat? Something is taking logic away and I don't know what it is. These are. Where's my logic glasses? There they are. +4 logic.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the
Come on.
addendum. There is
Yes.
no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door. Once the construction starts, it will probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Of course, I should have seen it. Eval probably has eyes on us, but if the second signature were to be somehow wrong?
He won't say it outright, but he's suggesting forgery.
Forgery, yes. It would render the document invalid.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but under the circumstances, if done discreetly, it may be the only way to save what's left of the village. You probably don't have a pen? Here, you can keep this. I have another
Blunt
one.
Princess wants me to wear, put on the Pisk jacket.
No. I'm giving you the card back. Because there are stats associated with this? No.
By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will already be concluded.
What could be watching you here? It is the coolest jacket in the game, but there are stats associated with these things. Also, it's not even my favorite of the two jackets. I like the Fuck the World jacket more. Partially because it's black. Or could ever not be watching me? Could he be watching me in here?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period.
Rules, you
and
sons
the
of
zone.
bitches.
Do I not have anything that's interfacing? I have the gloves. That's +2. Gotta have something else.
Let's go!
Oh, that's regular. Alright, fine, here. It's the worst of the jackets. This one's way better. The black jacket, it fits with more stuff, but fine. You can probably buy it on the Zom Atelier shirt or Atelier site for like $500. That's what I was showing at the beginning of this stream. You're reminding me about the hat. I don't like having that on. Feels insensitive. Shoes, actually. Zaum sells Kim's jacket for $500.
Zather, I was to commit fraud.
No.
When I played this game I was dressed as a hobo 80% of the time for the stats. Made sense that my thoughts were hobo cop and art cop too.
Where's the shirt that
But damn, I painted a wall good.
Good job. Hold on, now I feel like I'm losing my mind. What was the, like, build I had? Shirt was different. It wasn't any, it gave purple. It wasn't this, because I had 4 empathy with it. Well, I had 4 empathy because of this, but... What the fuck shirt was I wearing?
Oh, I was wearing this so that I didn't have 0 empathy. Okay. There we go. Hi, parasocial work.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
Hold on. This is a check I really don't want to fail.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. The pen is shaking in your hand as
I'm
you
so
draw
mad.
a pathetic little line. It appears you have drawn a line instead of a signature. A puny line. Looks like the late stages of dementia. No, it's just a line. Forgery of it.
Already fucking save scummed other shit. Might as well. Who cares? At the end of the game, anyway. I don't want to do things for Everart.
You take the legal documents out of the pen is shaking.
Come
It
on!
appears- No, it's... You take the legal documents out of the pen is shaking.
Are you
in your
fucking
hand as
kidding
you
me?
draw a pathetic little line. It appears you have drawn a line. No. You take the legal documents out of...
There.
With a confident
Jesus.
flourish, you complete your forgery. What do you
I
see
don't
on
get
the
it.
signature line? Indeed. To be honest, it does look very convincing. The calligraphy is close to superb. It might as well be her actual signature. But it's not, and the document will be nullified if she disputes it. That means Everard will have to start over. All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everard's accountant in La Delta.
Okay. The mailbox in the plaza. Hi, mailbox. I pet you earlier. I remember this.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito.
Well,
and
I'm
big
kind of
toes
helping
in the
him.
front.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon.
Yeah, this fucks him
Right,
over.
Let's go back to Everard.
He's not gonna know that we did that. Oh wait, you know what? While I'm here.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on...
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his neck bulge.
What the fuck?
Wilson just resubscribed for 8 months.
Gift for you and
Kyria,
especially for
it's
Basil.
Been 8
Aw.
months. Wowzers. I have a gift for you and especially for Basil.
Fucking bug. How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
Check your DMs when you have time? Okay.
It's hard to do that when you want to beat a man into a pulp instead.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea. Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face.
I'm glad
is
I called this
unmoving,
guy out for being a military guy before the
hard
game
as
told
a
me.
stone.
Like, way before.
But beneath it, you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah.
He's clenching his teeth. There is silent pressure behind them.
What it means.
Wait, you think the old voice was better? Oh, I see.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is...
Did Chapo get some kind of drama and then they took it out? Is that what happened, or did they just
bush
recast the voice?
Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think.
What is this a racial slur for again? Who is he? What people is he talking about?
We shot the boy. He was
Zeolites?
useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
Oh no. I kind of want to hear the story just out of morbid curiosity, but I'm not sure that this is a... I don't know if I should actually let this one go out on stream. I don't know about that. Can somebody find me like a transcript of it that I can read and send it to me in a DM? And then I'll decide whether or not it is so bad that it can't be on stream. Like spoilers or whatever, but I don't really give a shit.
Content warning for war crimes.
If I play it, we'll see. The problem is I'm a little worried that if I don't hear the whole story, I'm going to miss out on some ability to question him about something else. Okay, hold on. Let me just go through this on my own. I didn't want it in chat for this reason. I would rather read it myself than, like, hold on. That's why I asked it to be DM'd to me. I didn't really want chat to read it. Like, A, spoilers, but B, like, I don't, you know, if it's so bad that I don't want to put it on stream, putting it in chat's kind of the same thing. Okay, I'm not playing this on stream.
What's the matter, militia man? No stomach for it?
Nope.
This man was worth 1,000 loincloths. We're done talking here.
I think we should maybe even get going now.
There is absolutely
not playing that
no
one on
need
stream
to push this any further.
Hell no.
His neck muscle, the man's breath. It's hard to
Mother,
do
I ate 2 jars of peanut butter and now my mouth is glued shut.
It is that
somehow.
bad. It is just explaining how the guy who died, the guy who was hunged, is just needlessly cruel. I don't know that you can argue he had it coming when he died for, not for any of his crimes, but for stupid political reasons between an arrangement that he wasn't even involved in. Not really. He was sent here to protect Joyce, but it's not even like he answered to her. He's a bad man. That I can agree with you on, but like, karma's not real. There's no such thing as karma. He was there to intimidate the Union, but I don't even really know that he was doing that effectively. And since he was just spending all his time fucking and drinking and getting high with Klasja.
Mr. Dubois, every worker for himself, right? What can I do for you today? Ah, yes, your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit clearing up phony drug accusations alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now let's talk real business.
Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply
Gonna give me my gun yet?
My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
See,
good night, Joey. I love
forging
you.
That signature really paid off.
I get my
Harry,
gun now.
I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago.
Hana
Withholding
Fujisaki
this
says hi.
information weighed heavily on me.
Of course it
but
did.
it had to be done. Your gun is with an old woman. I hear she's a character, so watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
Yep, like I said.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track.
I didn't need him to find my
Crazy
gun.
Stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast, the one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that. Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics.
Chad, I swear to God, if a single one of you goes, oh, I should get into politics, then I'm going to ban you.
That is true. People don't trust pretty people.
See, now this is what I like to see. See? This is what I like to see. You're damn right you're all too pretty for politics. Good job. Self-love. We love to see it.
Oh no, Zombie. I'm not brave enough for politics.
Zilk, you're beautiful.
Why a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists
Now that we
hate
have done
them,
what he
even
asked,
the moralists
my
think
good
they're
friend
in
Evrad will
bad
finally
taste.
help me find my soap.
Never.
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
No.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that
Ba- ba-
midget
ba- ba- ba-
Gallant go.
Not a word
He's
you're
too
allowed to say.
nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, Give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
A guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know. 2,372. Plus yours truly, of course. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything. We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will
Anonymous
be unpleasantly
says,
surprised
I should
to
get
see
into
how many of them
politics.
stay loyal
No, you
to
shouldn't,
Martinez,
Anonymous.
and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
I disagree. I don't think Everard is a leftist or a communist or anything like that. Everard is a fucking capitalist through and through. He's just cloaked himself very convincingly in leftist language. He doesn't actually want there to be a class war. He doesn't actually want there to be leftism. That's all a lie. He wants to be at the top. There is a hierarchical structure, and he is at the top of it. And for right now, he's at the top of a hierarchical structure that is seen as a low hierarchical structure. But that doesn't mean he isn't making lots and lots of money off of it. He is a capitalist through and through. There isn't a leftist bone in this man's body.
Anonymous says, me and everyone in chat should not get into politics. Hot bitch zone.
Exactly. No, I genuinely don't think there's a single left-wing bone in this man's body. I don't think there's a right-wing bone in his body either. I think he simply is the pure embodiment of fuck you, I got mine. He will say and do whatever he needs that puts him in a position where he gets to make money off of this situation. Yeah, he's an opportunist.
Anonymous says, the next fucker to get into politics is getting bimbofied.
I don't know why, but that gave me a mental image of a bimbofied what was the name of the blonde-haired idiot that ran the UK for a little while? Boris Johnson. Bimbofied Boris Johnson.
That's drugs.
Anonymous says, Everard has no bones in his body, only money.
Yeah, literally yes.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies.
She is the 24/7 sub. Is she still PM? Didn't she get like ousted or something? Yeah, that's right. The stupid fucking cabbage. Anyway, doppelganger bimbofies you. There you go. That's your flirt.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share, and I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
Understood.
Yeah, Everett would be an absolute like Twitter Chad. Everybody would think Everett would be like the coolest motherfucker on Twitter. Every leftist would be like, "Oh, you got blocked by Everett? Guess you're a bad guy."
Yes, of course. And while you're doing that, please go ahead and also tell the Wild Pines. I want to hear them squeal from the indignity.
Well, because he's made it like Everett has made his position very clear. There is no like moral side here. He's not even taking care of people. That's the thing. He's literally not. Like he's just not. He's said this. He doesn't care if like all he cares about is getting money. He's making it very apparent. There really isn't more to him. There isn't. I would love to try to figure out some kind of like, you know, inner morals that he has that actually makes him kind of a like forgivable person, but there just isn't any. What he cares about is getting money. This whole union thing is a complete sham. He's not, but that's the thing. He's not even a bastard on your side. He's only on your side if you're making him money. That is by, like, he would be a great CEO. He'd be a wonderful CEO, one of the best. He's up there with, like, Elon Musk and fucking Mark Zuckerberg for me. There's nothing redeemable about this man.
Nothing in his features betrays any concern.
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone
I know
ever
he's
seems
not
to be
actually a good CEO. I'm
interested in.
saying
Is
he
it only been
like
a small part of the
he
harbor's
is
turnover? Just like the
his
harbor
bones
is, but a
bleed
small
or
part
his
of
blood
Martinez.
bleeds money. Yeah, he has no intention on following anything through that doesn't give him money or power. No, I agree completely. He's not even like it's not even like, well, at least he looks out for his own, because he doesn't. The second you stop making him money, you don't matter anymore. Well, yeah, the union members seem loyal to him. Like, Leo, Manana, and Titus are all on his payroll. They're all up there with him. Manana is, like, clearly, like, some sort of, like, I don't know, for lack of a better word, corporate spy for him. Like, Manana does work for him. And Titus and the boys are his actual own personal little army. His own little police force. I don't know what charitable reading you could take from him. I'm willing to be wrong about this. Don't get me wrong. But I just don't know what charitable reading you could take from him. Titus is on his side because if Titus is on his side, then Titus gets to live out his little cop fantasy and be the big shit cop here. He gets to live out his 14-year-old machismo bullshit. Manana is too much of a centrist to actually pick any side, so he's just going to go with the guy in charge who's giving him a paycheck. Not really because he necessarily believes in him and thinks he's like a good guy, but because it's easier than shaking the boat at all. And Leo is, frankly, I love Leo, but he's frankly too dumb to see that Everard is using him. I think he's genuine when he says everything he does is for the company and the workers. The only reason not to believe him is that we all hate him. I don't see what makes you think he's genuine in that, I guess, is what I'm confused about. In the world as it is currently presented, Everard is the most well-positioned to actually give leftists any access to real power in the world. I agree with you there. I actually agree with you there. But, like, you know, I think as soon as leftists got power, he would create, like, he would usurp that power from them and feed it back into himself. So it wouldn't really effectively matter. The leftists would quote-unquote win, but in name only, because President Evrart would still be king. Don't get me wrong, Wild Pines isn't any better either. Like, I think Joyce herself is not a bad person, but works for bad people. And I think Joyce should be criticized routinely and heavily for what she's doing. And I think, like, I think that she, how do I say this? I think that she, if you don't like her because of the people she works for and you know, what she stands for, I think that is a completely understandable reaction. I'm not really sure how I feel about her either, but I think deep down there is a shred of like I think deep down, had her life gone slightly differently, she could be in Everart's position. Not as Evrart, but like as the leader of a union. I think she's capable of that. I think she's capable of somebody who with a different life could have been someone who like helps. But like she didn't, and that's not what she is now. Evrart would have gladly been in her position, and if anything, seems to me like he's a little upset that he's in this one instead. Well, it doesn't matter if he wants to use that land for the Union. If those people in the fishing village had joined the Union, what if they go to him and say, like, I want to join the Union?
Says, Joyce is kind of a milf toe tbh tbh.
I'm gonna kill you. He believes he is doing things for leftist reasons. I don't agree with that. I really don't agree with that. I don't think he thinks he's doing things for leftist reasons at all. Because if he does, like, well, no, I agree with that. I don't think he believes he's selfish because he believes he's owed all of this. He thinks he's owed any power that he gets. He is owed that power. It's not selfish to want that power. He deserves that power. He's owed that power. But like, what do you think he's gonna use? What do you think he's gonna use the land for at the fishing village? He's going to use it to make drugs, which he will pass out to his own people for a profit. He's going to use it to store more containers, which he will continue to sell out for a profit. And he will destroy the small little fishing village that is there. And, you know, supposedly, quote unquote, for, I am not tweeting that. No, I am rejecting that. I refuse to tweet that. I actually refuse to tweet that. No. Small difference, but I think he's after wealth, or he's after power,
rocket,
not wealth.
Just
He wants
cancelled
power
the
of the
last
union, he wants
card.
power of money because of ways to exert power. Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, yeah, this is all just personal readings. I don't think any of us are objectively correct or incorrect here. And I'm glad that the game invites this kind of discussion, to be clear. I don't want anybody to think I'm saying, no, you're wrong and stupid. This is just my opinion on Evrart. I think he is an irredeemably bad man. If you don't think he is, that's okay. He's a video game character. We're all allowed to have our opinion on him. Everyone's opinions are more than backed up by the text, yeah.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
And you'll just have the
Let's
most
keep
wealth.
focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it.
Do you think if Joyce was a union rep and Everett was the Wild Pines rep, it would have gone a very different reception? I don't think so. If they were the same character but in different positions, I don't think so. I still would think that Joyce is like if Joyce, because I mean, that fundamentally changes the characters, but like, if Joyce was in Everett's position and she was the leader of the union, but she was still the same character in that she had like given up on the world and had like, I mean, you know, that fundamentally changes a lot of the game's story, but, you know, if she's the same character and has like sort of given up and doesn't think she can do well or whatever, then I've got honestly even more criticisms for her than I do of Everett. Despite all I can say about Everett, he is getting things done. Bare minimum, he's getting things done.
Boys.
Whether I agree with those things or even think he's getting them done in the right way is different, but he is objectively getting things done. Joyce hasn't gotten shit done.
Now. This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering.
Hi, Hinge. I'm a money guy. I don't like that my only options here are to suck him off or say nothing. I don't think Everett is a force for good at all. I have to deeply, deeply disagree with that. More than anything, that's, I think, the part I disagree with the most. There is no good that comes from a man like Everett. Or Everard. This man and his greed will ultimately be the death of this union. I mean, he's already trying to start a war. No, they're not. The dock workers are doing a terrible point. What? The dock workers are in a terrible place right now. He's trying to start a literal war and throw them at Wild Pines. He wants to drug the people of Martinez for money. There is no force for good here. If he creates power for leftist, then he just usurps that power immediately and becomes a king. Anything that he does, he will immediately want to be at the head of and be at the top of in a hierarchical way that will cause any leftism that actually gets made from him to fall down. He does not actually want people to share their work, like share the workers, you know, fucking tend or whatever. I mean, him and his brother just switch the roles between, like, switch the term limit presidency between each other because they don't want to be out of power here. This isn't a, like, a union is a workforce. A union is a workforce of the people. What people are at the top here? Nobody. There's one person. There's Everard at the top. Below him, there's the Hardy Boys, the men that he, you know, keeps as his personal police force. But at the top, and there's not even supposed to be a hierarchy because all men are supposed to be equal in a union. But at the top of the union, there's Everard. And that's it. The person who benefits the most is Everard. The person who keeps getting the power and seizing the power back, even when it's like impractical, is Everard.
Like, what force for good is he doing here? What future good is he doing here? There is no good. There is no good that he can create here, period. He wants power too badly. The only way that you can think that he's doing good is to think that if he creates an opening for leftist, like if he creates an opening for leftists, then him continuing to be in charge makes it even better. Drug trade was more for territorial xenophobia reasons than money and profit, which is worse. I just want the facts right. I mean, yeah, that's worse. I don't know. I think you can have somebody in charge of a union without that person being, you know, Everard Clare. This isn't a collective. This is Everard's personal, like, business. I mean, I'm having fun with the conversation, but okay. I don't know. The only good future I imagine is like what Hannah said, where a future where Everard is ousted from this position and the workers actually get to run their own collective. I fuck you.
Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, if the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
Affordable.
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces. They're very large.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
And commerce. There it is. I didn't even get to this point, but I was right. I was exactly right.
Harry,
that land will be used for commerce.
Supermarket church complex.
Jesus.
Employing hundreds, no, thousands of people.
I hit the nail on the head.
Lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. Yes, I do. I got the center, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
No, they're just playing with bugs.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things, and even a touch of pain. The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
You're still thinking about this in terms of money. The working man doesn't need to be as rich as Joyce Messier. The concept of richness needs to be abolished in and of itself. I don't need the working man to be rich. I need the working man to be able to provide fucking home and shelter and food for his family. Without monetary means, without any bullshit of like, oh, well, you didn't make enough at the factory this week, so you don't get to feed your family now.
A true flash of anger in him as he thinks of her.
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters.
If he really cared about the workers, it wouldn't be low-income housing, it would be no-income housing. If you're a worker, you get a house. Hell, not even if you're a worker, if you are if you're just a citizen of fucking Martinez. I realize he's not the mayor, but he might as well be.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big time.
Sounds like communism. You're goddamn right it does.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Yeah, no, that's why I corrected myself, because I realized he would do that.
I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, what's on your mind?
Too bad. We will rebuild communism. I wasn't just pursuing the communism thoughts as like a meme. I didn't find Mazovian I didn't research Mazovian socioeconomics as a joke. I truly believe it. He's not leftist enough. I fully agree. I don't know what I want for my last thought. I don't even know if I have time to research it anyway. Just do a quick one. You know what? I actually want the Fairweather T500 because it seems like that makes your armor better. Maybe not. We'll see. He's not a, you know what? I'll give Everard that. He's not as bad as the centrist. I'll give Everard that.
Anonymous says, Zombie, when do we get to start the Kyria Communist Revolution IRL smile?
One day. Hopefully. I would really like to find the last armor piece. Like a lot.
Wow. So someone's being a little boring.
What? Oh, not get out of here. Fuck you. Because I said, oh, I don't like anything. Boring cop 4, huh? Fuck you. What are you missing? I think just the legs. I have the gloves, I have the boots, and I have the chest piece. I don't think there was a helmet, so I'm missing just the legs, and I just don't know who I could talk to get them. Can't find all of them yet? Okay. Well, then I have 3 out of 4.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has no...
Where's logic? Or no, rhetoric, rather. Rhetoric. Come on. have more than just that for rhetoric, don't I? I sure fucking don't. Hi, Renetta.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since
yeah!
that surrounds and trails you. A beacon of light emerges from deep within.
But I can't pass a 72 to save my life. Okay. But I can't pass a 72 to save my fucking life.
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
I'm sorry?
You can't be serious.
What the fuck? Whoa. Okay.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him.
Yeah, I see my money counter.
Make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome, welcome. Not too much actually. Just pleasantly surprised to have company today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days.
I'll bet.
My name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
That's just objectively not true.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, It's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. And that's what? Unjust? I think it's perfectly just. Listen, Mr. Dubois, I used to be an idealist just like you, but the truth is that we have no objective system by which to measure someone's value other than the market. We should just embrace them rather than resist it.
I'm sure that's what you think.
The hand that allocates resources among men is invisible and cruel, but it is steady, measured, indeed, it is just.
It literally can't be just if it is cruel. Those are juxtaposing sentence or juxtaposing phrases. It can't be one and if it is the other. They are mutually exclusive. It cannot be just if it is cruel, you fucking moron.
Capital makes one speechless, does it not? Blinds like the sun that rises from beyond the horizon after a gloomy winter.
Hey, all this talk about
This freaking guy turned himself into a goddamn
what is
NFT.
going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
I wish I had my gun so I could shoot this man.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weisswiesemann coefficient. It's some statistical thing. In essence, it says that when an extremely low net worth individual meets an extremely high net worth individual, some of the laws of physics cease to apply. Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Jesus.
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
A man this chill is at least a triple-digit billionaire.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that.
Fuck. Kim is richer than I am.
My container.
It's a monster!
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
What the fuck?
Mithra has taken
Hi,
just
Mithra.
resubscribed for 4 months.
You're wonderful.
Just quickly stopping in to say hi.
That's
You're all
Kim's, like,
wonderful.
ride from the government, though. That's from his job.
Oh, interesting. I've made quite a few real estate plays over the years. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net
You should be able to keep this, IMO. There's honestly not that much to spend your money on. You should be allowed to keep this.
What the fuck?
Anonymous gifted Pocket Wraith a subscription.
Sorry,
An
what?
anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Pocket Wraith.
A golden Kappa train? What? Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Pocket Wraith and Manly
Anonymous
Grunting.
gifted manly_grunting a subscription. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to
What is a
manly_grunting.
Kappa train?
What the fuck?
Mithra was taken gifted Dan Cash
am I the only one seeing
1,808
this?
a subscription. Mithra was taken gifted a tier 1 sub to Dan Cash 1,808.
Thank you, Mithra, for gifting a sub to Dan Cash. It just seems like a regular hype train, but it's like named differently.
fuck?
I got a unique alert. A golden Kappa train has just started in your channel. What? You have time to earn an exclusive golden Kappa emote for 24 hours. What? What? You get to keep the emote for 24 hours? Okay, hold on. So here's how it works, chat. I've just pulled up the article. New in 2023, the Golden Kappa is a special version of the Kappa emote, currently available as a temporary award for a new hype train. Holy shit, Mithra, thank you for the 10 subs. Hannah, thank you for the sub. What the hell? Golden Kappa trains can appear randomly on any monetized streamer channel in lieu of a regular hype train. Viewers will receive the Golden Kappa emote regardless of what level they contributed at, so long as the hype train reaches at least level 1. The Golden Kappa emote is available for viewers who participated in a Golden Train for 24 hours. Viewers can see the emote in their emote picker and can use it on any channel. Okay. This is just a rare special NFT hype train that I got, that it just let me have.
Fuck.
Wilsey, you just gifted 1 subs.
Wilsey, thank you for gifting a sub to Nicole. This is just a rare hype train that I get. Okay. It is funny that it would appear while we're talking to the mega rich light bending guy, right? He bended our fucking hype train.
Fuck.
Don, Jesus Christ, thanks. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Mithra, thank you. I got a shiny hype train.
Fuck.
Mithra has taken just gifted 5 subs.
That timer sure is going up. I unironically got a fucking shiny hype train. What the fuck? Why is that a thing? That's kind of very funny.
What the fuck?
Thank you, Lily.
Lily just gifted 1 subs.
That's a lot of gifted subs. Thank you, chat. That's very kind of you.
Edit. Wow. Thanks for the gold, kind Twitcher.
Oh god, don't say kind Twitcher.
What?
Hex, it's your birthday. You can't do that.
1 subs.
Although we are at 95% now, so I'm just saying we're right at level 8. Not the superior stream loot's true, actually. It isn't stream loot, so, you know, a little cringe, but also kind of cool.
What the fuck?
Counterpoint, fuck you, I love you.
Ah!
Mithra, thank you for gifting another sub. Don, thank you for gifting 10 more subs. What the hell? Mithra!
Fuck!
Don Days just gifted 10 subs.
What the fuck? Well, now we're really close to level 9.
What the fuck?
Mithra has taken just gifted 10 subs.
What's your record? 14. I think. It'll tell me. It'll say you're approaching your record, but I'm 99% sure it's 14. Wait, did we hit the timer cap? Wait, that makes me worry because that definitely shouldn't have. Oh no, about to beat your last record. Oh, never mind. No, never mind. I actually am about, okay. I don't think we hit the timer cap. I hope not, because I did let the timer go for 2 nights while I was, like, 2 separate nights. I let it go and had to add time back, and I'm worried that that took time away. If it did, I'm just gonna add, like, I don't know. It was like 16 hours in total. Just add it manually. Just because I'm worried that took time away, because that doesn't seem quite right. And it should have gone for longer than 30 days, so no, that doesn't seem right if we're at the timer cap. Well, anyway, I'm about to beat my fucking hype train record, so there you go, chat. 61%. That's Jesus, you guys gave out like what, fucking 50 subs? Dawn and Mithra both?
What the fuck?
Hannah, thank you.
Fujisaki just gifted 1
That's
subs.
ridiculous. How do you see that, Mithra? The channel all-time record was 15% level 12? Yeah, this is... Oh, no, yeah, you can see it if you hit the little arrow. It's down at the bottom. Timer's still adding? Okay, good. Good. I was worried. More subs than a trans girl Discord server? Maybe. Tom Babes rise up. The expanded hype train thing? Yeah, I see now. 15% level 12. Jesus fucking Christ. Thanks, guys. That's really kind of you. I'm gonna cry. That's really kind. It's too kind. I cry. I cry forever. I love you guys. I'm glad the mega rich lightbending guy bestowed upon us a golden Kappa train. What the fuck? Wild.
What the fuck?
Thank you for gifting us up to
gifted
Tissue.
a subscription.
For the
Mithra was
tears,
taken
thank
gifted
you.
a tier 1 sub to Tissue.
I don't know why it repeats it twice. I should fix that. Yeah, bye, Trent Samus.
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more seagulls.
Don Days
thank
just
you.
cheered X 100 bits.
It's okay, it's
Is a
okay.
matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while.
Are you kidding me?
Bourgeois. What? No, I did not say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone.
There are still a lot of free packs. Go get the free packs on stream loots. God damn, that's so many. Can't.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and
Level 9, 76%. 57 gift subs and 100 bits. Jesus Christ, guys. Thank you. You received the golden Kappa emote. Y'all better fucking use that thing. You've only got it for 24 hours. Y'all better fucking use this Twitch NFT.
Here is 3 real.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up
Did you
with
have
an
to spend?
investment
What do you
plan.
mean?
How's that sound?
Oh, did you not get one? I see. Good night, or goodbye, Mithra. Thanks for being here, and thank you for all the gift subs. It really means a lot.
This is a proposal, not a question. These ultra-liberal types love losing huge sums of money on ludicrous proposals. Ergo, you should come up with a plan that's totally dead in the water.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
I need to fuck this guy out of his money. I need to. By the way, I feel like it goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Greatest video game ever made? Wow, Hannah, thank you.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Still? Even at 4?
Congratulations. You've somehow managed to fail at failing, which means, in a strange way, that you've succeeded.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
A place to train buff kids. A place to teach them practical skills like teamwork and self-discipline. Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground.
Cha-ching! What'll it be? Speed?
Lily, thank you for buying packs.
Cigarettes?
Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment. And I
Made you a liberal? Nah, I just stole money from him.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again. Is he having a stroke?
Yes, I'm alright. Can we get going now?
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with? The pleasure was mine. Unfortunately, I must be away soon. The next time we meet, I'll be expecting an update on my investment.
Hana Fujisaki is generously gifting some packs to give one to Birthday Hex, one to Wolf, and one to your choice.
Alright, well, then that's 2 to Hex because birthday. And one to Lynn.
Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness. Welcome back. The pleasure of farewell.
Yes?
Being near him is fucking up my money. The closer I get to him, the higher my money goes. Just being in his presence is making my money go up. So is he gone now?
The door seems to be locked. Conclusively.
What a stupid fucking game this is. I love it. Check out the fan music I made for you? Sure. Hold on. does sound a little bit like Toho music. I can see the inspiration. It reminds me of a specific Toho boss, but I'm trying to remember which one it is. That was good. Thank you. That's very, very good. Like I said, it reminds me of a specific Toho boss, but I can't remember which one, but it's one of the few that I've played. But I can definitely see, yeah, that was high on basil. It's good.
The worn map features
That's the sound you hear when basil
grid
pops out of
the
your pizza
streets
and then
of
fights you.
Martinez. With directions to appropriately, your finger moves through the various streets. Across Rue de Sangis, finally coming to a halt on the spot.
For a more detailed view of the map.
I don't know how to pass time. I guess I could read this.
The Greatest Innocence by Joao.
Oh, I've already
Paulo.
read this, I
Browsing
think?
through your educational survey is done. Did you probably for the best?
Yeah. Already done that book.
The note is written. The note is an intricate web of blue lines stretches. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars.
Yeah, but I know finding Ruby will pass time, but I want to get my gun before I find Ruby. I guess I'll go do it. Also, like, he said it was a point of no return, so I'm afraid to go do that.
Yes?
I'm not really gonna do the communism vision side quest thing. Like, it's cool, the get yourself organized. Maybe, but, like, I don't know. I would rather do this. Rather get my gun back. I just don't know how to pass time. I guess I didn't read this.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the
board
late
game? I
King
don't know what you're
Friso.
talking about.
From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. Because white antlers are one of
taking
the
in the
symbols
sights and
of
sounds
communism,
doesn't pass time.
they
That's the
represent
problem.
a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it. Because Friso was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back
Kim
to
sounds
the front
annoyed
of
with
the
me.
magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds.
I want the
It takes a
necktie thing?
moment,
What are you
but
talking about?
gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main
Whoa,
feature
the
though,
Narnia guy?
is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer. The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée. Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. Oddly enough, this article has two bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Yeah.
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
They very much plainly are a pseudonym.
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a frita. And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave.
Okay.
This flimsy magazine is right. Deep down, you know the only true stakes are life and glory, or death by fiery dismemberment. That's because you haven't been reading critically.
You
But
sure
don't
can.
worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective. I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Yeah, of course.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in
From
revolt.
1901 just
take
cheered
Martinez.
X 150
Then we
bits.
take La
I'm
Delta.
ducking this game for spoilers, but I'm glad you're playing it. I hope you have a blast, Kyria.
Thank you, J-Bomb. I mean, don't worry, you didn't see any spoilers here. I'm just reading a book.
Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
No, charging rent to live somewhere is pretty outrageous.
The writer, G. Martin, remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution, so long as it's only redistributed upward. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Okay. Now I can
It's
just
the
do
ledger
this.
you found in an arson, petty theft. You don't exactly close. It takes about half an hour to piece one. Leslie will always. The only way for Leslie to stop flat threatening. It's plain to see from the. No.
Yeah.
He must have killed them. He came up. Can't get. Which is also why not much has changed.
Now it's 22. Although that ended up going even further into 22:20, even though it's supposed to take half an hour. That took an hour, but okay.
You were born in the year 07. In the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Alright. That's fine. Alright, let's go get my fucking gun. They said up near the boardwalk. Where? Oh, there they are.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Of course. Of course.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now! Show me your hands! Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand. Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
Holy shit. Ken pulled his shot immediately. Holy shit.
You shouldn't be here. Something's very wrong with her. She's completely out of control.
This is bad. Getting your weapon back is the priority. We can't have an unhinged civilian running around with a gun.
Comply, or I will light you the fuck up. Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is armed and dangerous. Suspect is on the loose. Suspect at large. Officer, administer street justice at our own peril. That one extra lick with a baton or extra knee strike above was what was actually required. Suspect is under control. Suspect is under control.
In her mind,
What
you're
the
under control
fuck?
now. The next moment, you're not. It appears the things she says are very real to her, as long as she's saying them.
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
Oh boy. This is the pigs.
Officer in need of assistance! Suspect at large! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force.
She's not even talking. She's just saying like words. Just like buzzwords.
What happened to make her like this? Loneliness. Yes, sure, but also in a less abstract way. The neurodegenerative disease I mentioned earlier. The woman looks at you, but through you, like you don't exist. Her eyes gleam feverishly, and the rotating police beacon lights reveal deep scratch marks on her cheeks. Sometimes when things get very bad, it's good to remind yourself that you have a body by scratching it.
No?
This is the police! Unlawful engagement! Hands on the ground! Scumbag!
So this is what the weather's like on the other end of a cop's gun.
Fascinating. See? This is what happens when we are not around.
It's the goddamn police, shitbag! Hug the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back.
Oh geez,
Medicine
stay safe, friends. So.
Drugs.
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here. We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing a firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed! No! No, no. No. I thought Mr. Moran... Gareth! Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
Might make her get jumpy because I'm moving, but I don't know.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector Azimuth!
She's losing it. One twitch and there will be blood.
Well, hope I don't fuck this up.
Alright, here's the plan. You hurl the ledger in her face, already darting right, and immediately close the distance. Left hand grabs the barrel, right one breaks the wrist.
Jesus.
Fingers locked behind her head. Knee to the face. Knee to the face. Crush the rib cage. Sidestep and drop her with a hammer kick.
That's too much.
A drop of sweat runs down your nose, and in it you see the Martinez Inlet, wrapped in the night. In the abandoned fish market, 3 figures standing in a spectacular light show. A large, loud woman is pointing an empty firearm at the other 2. She doesn't want to listen, or even to be heard.
I've been thinking that too, but it's impossible to tell for certain in these lighting conditions.
What?
Jesus, she looks straight down the barrel and squeezes the trigger. Oh no.
This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. What is this? Police guns always have bullets. What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun, right now. This might be your only...
Leave it behind forever.
No one ever cares anymore. Why would they treat me like this?
Great gears are grinding to a halt. The machine is powering down. She's all out of jolt.
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Nobody's ever around.
How hungry are you?
Nobody ever comes to visit me.
I mean, I could eat. I don't know. Are you hungry? I had a lot of mac and cheese since I ate yours, so I'm not that hungry.
The woman stands in front of you, motionless, unresponsive, almost like an inanimate object now. A mountain of police paraphernalia. In there she is alone, trapped in a world of blue and red lights.
Yeah, just eat later.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8, and loneliness. Yeah, looks like a bad case. But the question is what to do with her right now. I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without the gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family.
Yeah.
Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry, because it's late, and they might have already gone home. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and flashes now. Maybe if you search her once more. The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her mountain of RCM paraphernalia. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them? Do. She doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours. The lieutenant nods.
Wink. Ah, authority. This is useless. Yeah, exactly. My thoughts too.
The Copper NATO is back. What do you want? What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now?
He sure does.
You're local law enforcement, aren't you? Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction.
Yeah. We'll send someone out. Who is? Wait. It's the pigs, isn't it? God. Poor lady. Don't worry. We'll handle this. I think she got some family in Kuron or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints.
Hey, wasn't Everard's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her, I don't know, finding something?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Pig? You're fucking with me. Your gun. She had your fucking gun?
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs.
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions. Auntie LaPlante, we always called her. Something LaPlante.
Marianne, amigo.
And
anything else you wanted to know? Was like before. Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit. Never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off. But
the children kept her together.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well, shit. I don't actually know. Anyone know why she started acting like a pig?
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Yeah, you should be.
Fuck you.
Whatever, Cole. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of our own. Dunno. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it, collected it.
There is something that very much sticks out to me about the line that she did right by us as kids, so we take care of her.
Station 41. A man
because I get to say it, but he doesn't need to agree. I get to self-flagellate, not him.
Net or something at the annual auction. A balding detective drags a comb futilely across his head. Shit, who'd want those? Just dump them into the river.
No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right?
Yeah, they should. Boys? It's more. The thing that sticks out to me is not that they should take care of her either way, because yes, they should. What I'm saying more is like. What sticks out to me about it is that, like. I think the best way to phrase this. It's like a real sense of like built community, you know?
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad?
Like that's the type of community that I would want to build, is people who look out for each other like that. Like Martinez is almost the type of place that I would like it to be. It's almost what I would consider like an ideal sort of like small town place to live. But then Everard is there, and well, if you're not part of his mob, go fuck yourself.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
Yeah, outside of this case, he's like a macho prick, but he's got a good heart. It's indicative of a real genuine community, and not just a genuine community, but the type of community you don't get anymore. One that doesn't really exist anymore, you know?
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the Madre scum. You've been out
If Titus wasn't ever his
Seen
position, he
any
would still do
around.
shitty things, but he'd more believe he was doing it for the community, the union, and its workers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fact he instantly was like, an old lady got... Oh, it's the pigs, isn't it? Yeah, we'll take care of her. Like, you know, this is a repeated problem they have, which is sad, but Martinez, outside of Everart doesn't, but Martinez is, as a group, its people take care of its own, you know? To an extent, because nobody here really has, like, a future. Nobody's really got a life. They're all poor, they all grew up in shit, and they're gonna die in shit. In 22 years, when Martinez is nuked.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
That's
These
not the type
people
of
are trained
community that
military
exists
professionals.
anymore.
Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or a Barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. Don't forget, we're listening in on their communications. Their shit is way apart.
But of
We
course,
got weapons
Titus
of
also,
our
like,
own.
on one
We
hand,
got
Titus is
history.
representing that part of a community that you don't get anymore.
Glenn's got
But
a knock cannon at home.
the problem is, the problem is Titus represents this community that takes care of its own and stuff like that, right? He represents that, which is nice. On the other hand, he does represent the opposite of that, which was a thing in like the 50s, right? Where lynch mobs would decide that their community takes care of their own and there wasn't going to be no black person on this street. You know what I mean? Like, the community can take care of itself a little too much. Which is not to say that police need to exist, but like, he represents both sides of this. They take care of the pigs, and that's nice. But also they, you know, hung a guy? Well, I'm not saying Titus is racist, Blunt Princess. I'm saying they hung a guy. They hung a guy to cover up a murder. They were just willing to do that. Nobody was like, hey, this is fucked up. They were willing to do that and all to go down as a lynch mob. And that happened in real life as well, where people in the 50s were like, you know, this community takes care of its own and we just don't need no queer or black folk around here, you know? Like, that happened. That's what lynchings were. Lynchings were not like, most lynchings that were carried out in the U.S. were not like the Ku Klux Klan abducts you and lynches you in a fire or in the woods somewhere. That's not what happened. Most lynchings were done by, like, your neighbors. Somebody would say that, oh, the dad in the black family down there on the White House at the end of the street, yeah, well, he raped my wife, and so we got to go get him. We got to go get him and kill him and show him what for. Because they were, quote unquote, taking care of their community. Like, that's what that was. And Titus, unfortunately, represents and shows that he is willing to do both sides of this extra, like, he is willing to do both extremes of this conversation. It's not an indictment of community defense, but, like, Titus particularly is still willing to do that. I don't know. But, like, Titus also made it clear that he would just kill anybody that kind of stepped out of line. That's what I'm not saying that, like, the guy that they pretended to lynch was actually like some paragon or whatever. What I'm saying is that like, there is a chance Titus would just kill somebody in this community because he thinks they're doing bad and they're not actually doing anything. They just don't agree with what Titus wants. I don't know if it does either. I'm not really trying to talk about the racial connotations. What I'm saying is that, like, Titus is willing to kill for... The point I'm trying to make is Titus is willing to kill for this community. This community that he's part of, Titus, and is to, like... He considers himself a defender of it so much that he is willing to kill for it. He is willing to kill. Like, outright. And that's not necessarily a good thing. He is willing to kill if somebody doesn't, you know, fit the mold of this community. If someone, he perceives them as a danger to this community. What he perceives as a danger and what is actually a danger might be different things. I mean, he's said repeatedly that he is. Do I think he's posturing a bit? Yeah, absolutely. I think Titus peaked in high school, but, you know, I have to go off of what he's told me here. And he's told me he's willing to do that.
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
To be clear, since I don't think you encounter it, you can straight up game over if you try to arrest them. They do straight up kill you and Kim. That's what I'm saying. Armor is badass and they have automatic weapons. The Hardy Boys might as well be up against fucking Space Marines. Yeah, exactly. Despite ourselves, it looks like this game is pretty good at getting you to sympathize with cops at some level. Not really, because I don't think that cops are the answer either. I still believe in community defense. Like, I still ultimately believe in community defense. I just think that, much like everything, there is a chance for community defense to go wrong. And I think that Titus represents both ends of that. But I will admit, I am a little predisposed to sympathizing with cops a little bit. Just inherently, because I grew up watching cop shows, and while I knew cops were bad, like, I still get, like, I'm still a huge mark for a TV show where, like, you know, there's, like, the one good cop, like the X-Files, right? Well, there's the one good guy at the FBI trying to fix it all, trying to, he's not racially profiling, he's not out there, you know, doing dumb shit for the government, he's trying to go above that. Like, I'm a sucker for the one good cop thing. So, like, I admit I have my own flaws when it comes to, like, cops and stuff like that. But yeah, cop as an institute is a little different in this world, so I don't know.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do
I can't sympathize with any real cops, though. I just can't. I can't find it in me.
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
Like, even just talking to a cop makes, like, blood, like, or not blood, but makes bile rise in my throat, like, unironically. Speaking of, did you guys hear that some cop whistleblower died? He reported on, like, some lynching thing or not lynching thing, but, like, some killing thing. Maybe it was a lynching. I can't actually remember. So it was like 2 or 3 years ago. Some cops did some kind of racist killing. I can't remember what it was. But it was like one that was high profile. It was all over the news. And the guy who reported on it worked at who like whistleblowed on it, worked at the precinct, and then like said something about it later. You know, said something about it 2 or 3 years ago, and now he's dead. He was found dead in his driveway. Imagine that.
What do you mean? Okay. No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
You're not anybody, Titus. You need to fucking accept that. You're not gonna go to war either. No, I agree with you, Peep. That's why I was saying I'm willing to be wrong about Everart, because I know I'm thinking about Everart in a black and white way. I know I am. I know I'm saying he's just objectively like a bad person and there's nothing redeemable about him. And I know that's probably wrong. I'm willing to be wrong on that, but I can't personally see how I am. Which doesn't mean that I'm not. It just means that I can't see it.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
The armored ceramic armored war criminals? Yeah, totally.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that cover. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A.
I really like the
driver
visual
started
calculus
there
reconstructions a lot. They're really cool.
and then accelerated straight into the fence. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
Yes, it is. Well, you did provide us with a very convenient access point to the crime scene.
No, that was me. Julio. Alright. Last thing I wanted to do, I wanted to go to the fisherman shacks. I wanted to talk to Joyce, if she's still here. She is. Probably.
You're back. Good.
She's not even asking you anything. It's so easy to just say.
Mr. Everard helped me find my gun.
Stupendous. I didn't think he'd pull through.
Check it out.
That's beautiful.
Keeping her calm, perfect posture. Her eyes move across the muzzle keenly.
A Villiers 9mm. Front-loaded. 2 or 3 barreled. Villiers and LaSalle was one of the original 14 Indo tribes of Revachol. Did you know? Artillery and ballistics. Before the revolution, of course. They belong to some Gottwalders now. What else? It helps to sometimes hold inventory of the things you've achieved, you know. Clears the soul. Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual.
Hold on, I need a bathroom.
Where did he have you deliver it?
Okay, I'm back. He does say a leader has to be a little corrupt.
Here? Oh no. What does that bloated hellbat want with my little cinder block town?
It's clear the village has already grown dear to her. Strangely so. Why did she come here?
No, don't tell me. I don't want to know what he has in store for this place. Probably a statue. It's a statue, right? A giant statue of him. Or better yet, his twin brother. Practically the same thing, but makes him seem less like a psychopath. A youth center with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He was an older man with impossibly broad shoulders.
Damn, you fuck somebody from here?
He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. These buildings are all carbon copies of one another. I'm glad to see your short-term memory appears intact. In any case, I wasn't a teen anymore. I would have been in my early 20s. I remember a distinctly vile disco track.
Sorry, Hannah.
It is, but not as vile as me. Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats, like reavers.
Cis straight girls, stop calling other girls your girlfriends. It makes me so mad. Just say you're friends.
We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08. Imagine.
It unironically annoys me so much.
Oh no, she's sentimental, all right. Why would she come here otherwise?
I'm over-radiated, Harry. I do silly things sometimes, out of pale-related illness. Like sail over here. The moral of the story is... do not spend 22 days a year.
I want to have
in
a soft spot for her, but I don't, and I won't let myself.
And don't deliver Everard Clare's mail.
Because she still works for something so deeply evil.
Are you satisfied, Detective? What else can you tell me about your mail delivery quest for Everard? Do you think it will improve?
It would be so easy to have a soft spot for her, and I don't want to.
She's pointing it quite hard in there. Feels like a knife.
So does the RCM, though, which is why I don't have a soft spot for the RCM. Like, I don't particularly like the RCM either. I like Kim as a person. I hate that he's so doggedly, like, into the RCM, though. I like Kim the least when he's like, oh, this looks bad on the RCM. Like, who fucking cares about the RCM, Kim? Be a human being. When the nukes happen in 22 years, you won't, like, the RCM won't matter at all. Yeah, exactly.
First, there won't be a youth center. Whatever he has told you or the residents, it'll be something horrific, perhaps even worse than a statue. So, yes, I do. A fishery. I've been speaking with Lillian here. She gave me the idea. The infrastructure is all here, and with my connections...
I don't want you to make a fishery either. I want people to leave this town alone.
Sadly, it's just one of the million things I'll never get round to. I just have to accept that I'll never be the rich candy girl who goes around solving people's problems with money.
I mean, I'm being a little glib about the nuke. I don't know anything about it.
Yes.
Well, she doesn't own a boat, as far as I understand.
I've always wanted a dilapidated...
It's like saying
village.
Kim owns his car. He doesn't. If he lost his job, he would lose the car. She did do that, though.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you
Oh, no,
any
yeah, you're right. She did talk about
information?
racing it. Never mind, this is her personal boat. You're right.
A takeover? If they're taking it,
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot.
then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. An insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. The one after that,
Oh,
100.
Jesus.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the
It
people
won't
of
matter,
the
Kim. If 100 fucking mercenaries with automatic guns show up, the Hardys are dead.
It will take more than Cronell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am.
I've got to fundamentally disagree with you here, Kim.
I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
I mean, good point, though.
What do you suggest I do?
Does it matter? Her mind's made up. It has been for some time. The choice was whether to tell her this, and you've already made it.
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
It's Apocalypse O'Clock. Time to commence the gloaming. I don't think it matters. If they can mow down... If one guy can mow down 10 men before they even get to him, I don't think being outnumbered 25-1 matters. And that's if he's a bad shot. Wish there was a disco option.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
I want this, but then that just puts her in power, so I don't know. Yeah, he absolutely is, and that's why I say he does. That's why I'm saying he doesn't have their best interest in mind. He thinks it's just going to be a little war that won't be that bloody, and he'll ultimately end up with power. I don't know. I don't like any of these options, but I don't want to just be a centrist. If the workers have the harbor, I guess Everett doesn't have his war. I don't. But then he gets what he wants anyway. But I don't want you to win either. But this is a fucking war. There is no easy option here. Why is that, Lynn? Aw, thanks, Don.
Do you think it's within my authority to give it to them? Do you think I can control the board and the shell-shocked mercenaries they've sent? What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown? It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
I mean, I would ask for more money, Wilsey. Like, you are working on a thing. Like, that's a completely fair thing. I don't think they would do that, since they're already willing to do that, and if they do say that, then, you know, you negotiate.
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
I would say double it, yeah.
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry, the 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God. Après la vie, la mort. Après la mort, la vie encore.
I hardly know her.
Après la mort, le gris. Après la gris, le monde encore.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the Isola, the Pale. After the Pale, Isola again.
On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lizargie.
Wait, what?
The bird was preserved and brought back.
What are you
along
guys
with
talking
pollen.
about?
Mom, I don't feel so good.
He sounds perfectly normal to me. What? Hold on, don't do anything.
Online poggers.
I have no idea how to fix that. I'll try restarting the speech thing, but I think that's an OBS issue, and I don't know how to fix that without restarting OBS, and I am not doing that. You might just have to deal with no Zilk speech for a minute.
Pog online poggers.
Okay, it seems like he's good now.
4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world
free.
spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Mama's soap parade is making me feel funny.
It is.
Whoa, Chad. That fan I
Soon
was
it will be
talking
spring
into was
and
so
everything
cool.
will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages.
Hey Mama, do you
carrying
like my
amphetamines
Nido
through
NFT
Cold
Kappa?
Sure do.
Spring is tough in Revachol.
On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast
I'm done with
Insulander
soap.
archipelago.
Now I just want pants.
4 centuries and 2 revolutions later. The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and
That's
rare.
mean.
Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
There was a sting in your heart at the mention before, when she said its name.
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Saya, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. I will take your advice, Lieutenant Chiefrater. I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
Come on, please.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
Knew it. I knew she was more than she let on.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not.
I have not deceived you. I showed you who I was. Rejoice Layton. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
Yeah,
How far
that does
along
make
is
a lot of her
Prunell's
shit ring
investigation?
more hollow. That's why I was regarding her with some suspicion.
The confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps.
I had a feeling it was something like that.
As your investigation
There is no
reaches a
board. She
climax,
is Wild
so
Pines.
does
She's
theirs.
at the top of Wild
They
Pines.
are your shadow.
She's the
Arm
CEO.
yourselves. Armor yourselves.
I don't think she's a single member of the board. She is the board.
Protect their targets. Violence may
I still
be
hold. I
unavoidable,
still think what I said holds
but
true.
we can limit the casualties. Soon.
That it's so easy to become
I do not
her.
know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich. No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
Find solution to strike deadlock. I don't know if that's a solution.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you. Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Cool, that makes me feel really good about the people of Martinez. That makes me feel wonderful about the people in Martinez. I'm sure that they have fantastic... They are totally super epic and will suffer no problems from the people in ceramic armor. You guys pick some really weird times to ask for a flirt. You know, Don, the ceramic T500 might be invulnerable to breaking, but are you? Let's find out. There you go. There's your flirt. I don't know if I should go there at night. Maybe I should wait until the morning. I don't know. Fuck it. Go talk to Everard? No. I don't see a point. The game audio a little scrungly now? Oh, good. I don't know how to fix this. I really don't want to fucking restart my OBS. Not with an 8-hour video in the shit. Hold on, did this fix it?
Yes.
Sure fucking didn't. God damn it. Hold on.
Yes?
Cool, I had to do it in a stupid way, but it's fine for now. This'll work. Got 2 bullets.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. This is your gun. It's angry at you for losing it. Everyone is. The least you can do is press your lips against the cold steel to apologize, and then just try to go on living.
Don't think I need to do that. Hi, Marcy. All right.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull.
Ah,
a strange
good.
pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
Good.
It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once.
Well, she was talking about making a pale emitter.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. Nobody. That's not
I would have died if I hadn't have healed
can't shield
myself.
yourself from this. It's an entirely new.
Hope I don't fucking die here.
Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
You should probably check on Kim. That's what good partners do.
Right behind you, officer.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
Fuck off.
What
Don't make fun of me.
experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
You know, when I was talking earlier about like a reality emitter that makes reality like more reality, this is kind of what I was talking about. This is reality squared. Colors are, you can taste colors, you can feel sounds, like physically feel them, like everything is ultra real.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers.
You can already feel
But
sounds?
you might
No, I mean
also
feel
hear
them as if you
or
were
think
touching
you're
an
hearing
object.
local
When I
radio
think of like when I think of something like a reality condenser, like something that makes like reality squared, like makes reality doubled. It's like everything is everything all at once. Every sound is also physical and visual and like it's not just like if you hear a sound, it's not just an auditory thing anymore. It's a physical, like spatial, like smelling, you know, a touchable thing. And that goes for everything. Every smell is now an audible thing. Like everything is real. It is reality doubled over on itself. Everything is as real as it possibly can be. No, because that's still just your brain interpreting signals. I'm not saying that this is what your brain would think. I'm saying literally everything is real and you were surrounded by glass. Imagine if every single sound around you was physical. Like, I don't know, if every slight tingly sound was like a ball that was like, you know, a little spiky. And then the sensation of those spikes pushing into you made a sound that you could smell. Like, everything is real. Everything is real. You know when a light shines in your face so hard you feel like a physical pressure? What if everything was that? Yeah. That's what I imagine, like a reality, like, and that's kind of what this is, so that's kind of funny. Considering that normal pale exposure has led to pale driver experiencing other people's memories, it would be fair to say pale emitter is hitting them with reality squared, all of like human memory concentrated into a beam weapon. Yeah.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through. No, once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I have 5, so if I take another hit, that's what I'm gonna do.
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too.
Bring me a nice crisp piece of
I level 1 cleric.
Level
How
1
is Dark
cleric
Souls
just
3?
traded the graveyard with 7 raiders.
We're in the end game of Disco Elysium.
I'm guessing it's patented, but we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond. Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it. If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Looking for a deal on mattress.
Yeah, from what I understand, the Pale unmakes reality, and this thing pushes but like does it slowly. This pushes reality back into the Pale to make it a physical thing again. It's just raw, unfettered, like, reality.
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a two-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus and his boys, man. They told us you were on the coast.
You were surprisingly calm, Kim.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like...
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by? I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it. I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me. And definitely not a reason to off someone.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Her confident gaze, her toned arms. Yeah, she wouldn't have had much trouble in the intimacy department.
Everybody point and laugh. Lynn agreed with electrochemistry. Everybody point and laugh. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like wild pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardun. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why? Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural...
What kind of mysteries interest you then? That's not a time to ask this.
Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
That's what I've been saying!
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
And? Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
She's very Sigourney Weaver.
This is such a wipeout.
The gun store. Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. A Nachtway 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
No, they're not practical. Break too often. Yeah, evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her?
What the hell, man? Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse. Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective. Look, I'm not aware of any hole in Claudia's wall. And if I had been, I would have told her to get it sealed. That's what friends do. Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Claudia was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on.
Oh god, this is everything straight girls. This is the shit straight girls say to lesbians, and they're like, oh, I don't know, fuck you.
I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it.
Not fuck Ruby, fuck Basha. Straight girls will find a lesbian, fuck around with her, have them just absolutely munch on her fucking pussy. Just go completely ham on her pussy, and then the next day be like, I don't know, we're just such good friends, I'm so confused, I don't know, I'm leading you on. Fuck you. Just admit you're a lesbian. I hate you. I'm not bitter. That doesn't happen to me and multiple of my friends. I hate straight girls so much sometimes.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Go ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia. It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock.
Good night,
my
Dawn.
previous employer, for the union.
Sleep well.
You good?
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
There, it's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
Yeah, I think that's funny too.
Okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
This woman has seen people OD. Glacia wasn't quite there yet. So why worry?
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Oh, hi, Kim. Back to normal, I see.
What? No. Faking a lynching
I knew
was
it.
her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party
I should have
girl was
arrested
gone.
her.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing.
Okay, but if I was wrong, then the game would have, like, hammered it on, like, oh, you just sentenced an innocent girl to death, and da-da-da-da-da. I mean, I could reload my save and go do it right now. I don't know that. I still think there's a possibility she did.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be
I guess
disturbed.
that, well, I don't know. For all I know, she's got some really tiny fucking pocket gun that is quiet. I don't know. I don't know anything about her.
As I keep telling you,
The only thing I know
we
about her
didn't
is
hear
that she's
anything
genuinely,
downstairs.
truly
No
miserable.
gunshot, nothing.
And she's scared.
But even if this is true...
But hell, even those could
weren't
be
you
wrong.
worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going... fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Her grip on the gun is tight, her arms toned, her posture solid. Martinez lost a valiant defender.
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself.
Yes, you.
Could
Everyone
Klasha
says
have been
it
the
was
other
Leon,
mercenary?
his
Maybe.
Human can opener.
Through the sudden shock
Oh, no.
in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sure. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat.
What bunker? Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
That I healed.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Alright, come on.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but...
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh, no!
Problem solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
Oh, yes it is.
You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself. So why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. No, wait. Finally, it comes to you. A way to connect with her.
Jesus.
She flashes you an incredulous grin. Then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out through her neon hair.
Lieutenant Yefreitor Dubois, control your emotions. We did our job. This won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you.
There is no coming back from this one. It will stay with you in nightmares.
Our job. It went really bad, and now we need to clean it up.
She died. How can he be so cold?
Fuck.
Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too.
We are cops. Everything is our fault if we let it be.
Conclude? I feel like this would lead to me killing myself too.
We clean up. It may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. That tent there.
I want to restart. I want to do it again. I'm so against save scumming, but like it can't just end this way. My red Erica's already maxed. I couldn't have even maxed it in the conversation.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She was used to camping out. You see a rolled-up sleeping bag and personal belongings.
We should put her in the sleeping bag, so the rats don't get to her.
The lieutenant nods.
It's a hard check, but it also, if I reset the game now, what would be the tension of the scene at all? I would just reset until I got it right. Artie was too lenient on other things, but they ultimately didn't matter. They were small bits of lore or whatever. This is not a choice I feel like I can come back from.
There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. She watches by, motionless.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. This was important to her when it was still hers. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Professionalism is his coping mechanism. Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues. Always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
What about this M? Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. It's in you to do something like this. Kill her. Physically, at least. You could pull the trigger if you had to. Yes, you could. You'd pull it 1, 2, 3 times and watch her fall. No, stop. He wouldn't do that. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people. The boys, for example. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
I don't think she killed the mercenary. It looks like she might have been framed.
This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional.
She was in plenty of trouble, even without the murder charge. Still, it's a nasty business. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
Clausia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or maybe she had an accomplice. Either way,
this has
we
been
need
my
to keep
thought.
an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
What a video game. Pixelated Pixie, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the graveyard. I hope you enjoy your stay. Wahoo! I mean, I don't really think that's like the worst thing ever, but it definitely is indicative of something a little gross. Why can't I fast travel?
I'm afraid we don't have time for rest stops right now, officer. We should really get back to the whirling.
What do you mean, Ketamage? I'm sorry, I just don't think I quite understand. Ah, I see. Yeah, I can understand why that would be eerie then. Hi, Pixie. It sure is an experience.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend. Your weapon. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring lights.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Well, Ketamage, if that rings true to your job, then all I can say is that I'm really, really sorry that that's your job.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning. Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
Who's
this
the other
is
one?
The mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
Shh. This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Just real quick aside, just want to know, could I have found this NPC before this moment? Is she somebody that I don't recognize or whatever? Is she like she's not like the scab leader where she was posing as somebody else? Because I don't recognize her portrait. Okay. Also, yeah, Denkash, giving you hearts. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. I can understand why you wouldn't be able to deal with that. I know she's the radio operator. I'm saying we've never seen her anywhere else, right? I didn't just miss her. Well, the third merc is the dead one.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it. Peaceful.
What? Oh, there is a third one there. Wait, were there 4 total? I thought there were only 3 total.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. The Mercenary Tribunal. If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
Glad I got my gun first.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't. He's about to open fire.
Which one is it? Who's right? He's calming down.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Pig, fuck!
He's not.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out first. Get under his skin. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from that. Please.
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Of course.
Unarmed.
I should have fucking arrested her.
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this. For God's sake, tell him the Hardys didn't do it. Present a case.
Yeah? Who did that? How fucking convenient. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her. Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand, swaying, pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air. He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
She's not. She's bleeding out. If she doesn't get help in 10 minutes, she'll die.
Fuck this!
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
Fuck! I don't know! Jesus.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, we're all sentenced to death by lead. Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kid-ass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for sure. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, Clay Monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
Find his killer. Cop, his killers stand right there, shitting their pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them.
They didn't...
Shush. Blood's all gone out now. Not long to go till the rattle starts. One down, girl.
Jesus fucking
7 to
Christ.
go.
This did nothing. You think you were onto something? You just wasted time. Please, act.
Yes. So what? Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does? You're a tit-sucking pig.
God damn it.
I'm gonna show you, killer.
What are we waiting for? Let's blow that pig fucking mouth off his face.
Lance Corporal, just fucking shut up and wait for your order.
He is not used to commanding or leading. He feels uncomfortable. He'd rather shoot to kill.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad.
Fucking waste this fuck!
Ignore her. She's not the main threat yet. Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Granor would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick.
Me? I fucking told you. I'm a Crenel Major with 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
King Reaper. You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The muscles on your back tense up. A small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in the chest, producing a soft clicking sound in the armor. Like dice rolling.
Go ahead. Give it another try.
This time feels different. You aim harder, as if pulled by a magnet. Your hand goes numb from the explosion, and a plume of smoke erupts from the gun. The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse. There is a hole in his cheek. He's not smiling anymore. He stumbles backward, eyes filled with disbelief.
Fuck you!
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude.
I'm dead. Oh, that took my points.
You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks. The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot.
Jesus.
Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing
Come
from
on.
his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it. Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fair. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door. Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there screaming along with all of them, scaring each other, haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever.
Pixelated Pixie just used Bezos bucks.
Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep. And rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Is it the guy downstairs? In the wig? Or is it Titus? Is it Titus? It's Titus. I don't know.
Ooh. It's fucking Kuno? It's almost worth it to not go through any of the side quests so you can experience everything with Kuno.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
What piss jacket is he talking about?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets
I wasn't
are a little
wearing
more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Ah. I don't know, I forgot to breathe for multiple minutes there and was like tearing up repeatedly. Not even because it was sad, but because it was so fucking tense I couldn't think. So I don't know. I don't know if I survived it.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay. What happened? You shot the Major in the face. A firefight ensued. Yes.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Thank you for the sub, by the way, Pixie. I appreciate it.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both
Not
died before they made it to
Angus!
intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name. Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out. You said something, I don't know what. And you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. This is the one.
He nods.
Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. 5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Elizabeth too. Elizabeth Beaufort was her name.
She didn't
the
make
gardener. No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership. She never had a chance. She should not have been there in the first place. There was no way to convince her.
Stop this line of thought now. You're too broken for ghosts.
All. Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
+1. Ruby.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Is Kuno your partner even if you, like, never talk to him? Or is it only if you went through his stuff? Like, you went through his, like, little quest line?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. We will see.
With considerable pain,
Me too,
and the
Stardust.
stitches tearing every now and then, you should be able to do it.
So wait, I was shot in the left tricep, the outer side, so I was grazed against my leg? Well, maybe not grazed, because the bullet was removed. I was shot on the outside of my leg? Because I thought I had my fucking legs blown off.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a
Oh, they're
cigarette.
gone.
Jean Vicmer.
Why were
is
they
his
even
name.
here?
The
Why
asphalt
were my...
vanishes under the wheels of the machine.
Why
Ahead,
was the people from
harbor
Precinct
cranes
41
rise
even
to the
here? Was it
sky.
just like a hint machine? Since, like, you can present parts of the case to him and he gives you, like, ideas? Is it just if you're, like, stuck?
Back to that shithole, he says.
Answers later? Okay.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site. I'm sure they're worried about you. I did. No need. Easy now. How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter.
Don't think I should have gotten an achievement there, but okay.
I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. Joyce has left too, thanks to our meddling. I don't know what to think. It might not have been a bad idea. There is a pin somewhere in the machine. Something is keeping Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
I know.
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See?
Hey Mercy, you just missed the
There's
most
that.
tense scene I've ever had
You
a video
can
game
be
put on me in my entire life. I'm not joking, I am legitimately, like, shaking from it a little.
Are you here to hug me because I said I'm shaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I did too. But, you know. You know how when you get into an argument or when something stressful happens, it feels like there's like a rising pitch outside your ears? Not literally, like you can hear, but it feels like there's like this rising staccato, or maybe that's not the right word, but this like rising tone, and it's just like completely encompassing your ability to thought or to think. It just like eats everything, and like you don't know if you're going to explode, you don't know if the other person's going to explode, you don't know what's gonna happen, but you just feel this like immense like pressure and rising, and it's like you can hear your blood boiling. That's what that was. Me too, Marcy.
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
Parasympathetic nervous system retracts. You're in fight or flight.
What? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything. I don't know. That's been there for years. It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet useless. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
No need to be melodramatic.
He does not know what to reply. Looks out of the window, then back at
Also, before that, I had another tense scene that ended in an NPC that I've been chasing for the whole game, essentially, without knowing, just killing herself in front of me. After subjecting me to reality squared. So, you know, just tense scene after tense scene.
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
Why not?
True, Jen.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Now this is something I've wanted to do since I started playing. Of course Kim gets up at 6:50 a.m.
bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection.
Why
of
is
your
that a
face
plus
in the
one?
mirror, even now adorned with the expression. The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean.
Oh.
You see the reflection of your face in the mirror.
Oh, hey, it's the cursed number.
Even
I see.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. The faucet regains a recognizable shape. The steam stops. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is connected. Everything has a purpose. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror, even now adorned with still not happening.
I'm not smiling anymore. I will save scum this. I'm not smiling anymore. I refuse.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely still. The bathroom mirror has been wiped, still not happening.
3 in a row, huh?
The bathroom mirror has been wiped, still not. The bathroom mirror has been wiped, still not happening.
Fucking Christ.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
His little portrait down here changed. -2 because the game was being mean, or because I stopped the expression? There's no more time for the expression. Still keeping the fucked up hair, though. Maybe. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should shave, too. Okay. Yeah, I really thought we were gonna beat it today, and maybe if I hadn't have gone and done the Everart stuff and everything else. No, I've done the shave. Maybe if I hadn't done the Everart and the Joy stuff and everything else, we would have beaten it today, but
I can't keep going. I need to stop after that. That was intense. I wanted to finish everything. I don't know. I hate recording just a 2-hour video tomorrow, but whatever. I guess 2 hours is still a long time. I don't know. Anyway. I love you guys too. Sorry, I don't mean to sound like a downer. It's just, it's a really good game. It's just, that's really heavy shit. Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this first and then do Exoprimal tomorrow. Alright, anyway, are they about to end? Maybe not. Okay. Alright, I'm getting you over to Everest. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I know it's hard, but be a little excited. We are gonna play a new game at release tomorrow. We're gonna play the Exoprimal game. I got the key from the devs, so that's gonna be cool. We'll be playing a new video game at release. You know, big old hype thing. I don't know. I am not good at generating hype right now. Whatever. Good night. Goodbye. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow for this and Exoprimal. Bye.
Boo! Did I scare you? Thank you for watching, and especially a big thank you to everybody in today's credits for their support on the stream. I hope to see you again soon. Bye!